a moment of silent reflection before we get started. Thank you. Thank you. And now if you'd join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Nakagiri.
Here.
Commissioner Griffith. Here. Commissioner Smith. Here. Commissioner Reeder. Here. Commissioner Helserman.
Here.
Commissioner Drick.
Here.
Commissioner Zajac.
Here.
Commissioner Gross.
Here.
Commissioner Plank. Here. The quorum is present.
Thank you. Item 5 is correspondence. This evening, we have one piece of correspondence from Ingham County, looking for a motion to receive and place on file.
So move, Gross.
Support Griffith.
Motion by Commissioner Gross, support by Commissioner Griffith. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of the agenda. I want to point out before I ask for a motion to approve the agenda, I moved the budget presentations to right under to item number 7. And then the other change on the revised agenda, if you page 2, the resolution declaring that Livingston County will not comply with unconstitutional presidential mandate has been changed to a discussion item because of advice of legal counsel. We'll talk about that as we discuss the discussion item. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the revised agenda.
So move, Helserman.
Motion by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Reeder. All those in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? We have an agenda. First up in our budget presentations, we have a budget presentation from our county clerk.
Mr. Chair, did you make it clear there will be still 2 calls to the public, to everyone?
Yes, call to the public will follow the budget presentation. That's the first call to the public, and the final call of the public is at the end of the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hillary, are you doing a brief introduction first, or do you just want me to get started?
I was gonna have you get right started.
I didn't hear her.
I think,
Okay. Well, good evening, Commissioners. It's truly a pleasure to be here as your county clerk, present the 2022 budget request for our office. The county clerk is an elected position. I am held accountable directly to the public via the ballot box. We do truly strive to continually reevaluate our processes and procedures to ensure that we're making improvements to our customer service where we can. We endeavor to be creative and forward-thinking while remaining mindful of our duty and responsibilities with limited taxpayer dollars. I'm going to go through fairly quickly with the functions and the overview. I did provide an annual report to all of the commissioners earlier this year and went ahead and also included a copy of that entire report on a thumb drive for your review. But you can just see here some of the functions that the county clerk does in the vitals election, the vitals portion of the office, excuse me. List some of our goals and our objectives. You can go ahead and move forward, Hillary, if you would, please. Once again, just a review of some of the areas that the county clerk is responsible for. Next slide, Hillary. This is, I think, an important facet to keep in mind is this is the actual team that works behind the county clerk and makes everything happen. So as we go through the budget, I'll let you know how many people are in each division of the office. But the org chart, I think, is very important. Hillary, can you go through to the last page of the annual report with just the comments from customers? Last year, I truly owe a huge thank you to the team and the people working within the clerk's division. We remained in person, providing essential services to the public during the COVID pandemic. We set record numbers we have processed record numbers of CPL applications, and services continued. And it's all thanks to the people who work within the clerk's office. I also want to thank the health department. They did provide invaluable support through this all. We had them as a resource when we needed to reach out with questions. And I also want to thank the commissioners for the COVID policies that you adopted. It was helpful to our team members. And I am very sad to say that we did have an employee at the court end who lost their spouse to COVID. So the support of the commissioners with the policies was greatly appreciated. Thank you. Next slide. This again will give you a review of all of the programs that the clerk's office is responsible for. So next slide. With our revenues, this is basically the vital records portion of the clerk's office, and most of our revenues are generated from certified copy fees, notary applications and bonds, and assumed name filings. The small percentage for the 2% for licenses and permits is for marriage license. A lot of our fees for like marriage license is set by statute. So we collect the fee that we are allowed to collect for that item. Next slide. This will show you basically what constitutes the expenses. And you'll notice down in the lower right-hand corner, it says total FTE 6.18. That includes 1.5 FTEs for conducting elections. And then we have a very small irregular part-time position in the elections division as well. The next slide will give a good explanation of what our budget drivers are. And you'll see that a large portion of the budget drivers in the vitals is facilities management and the computers and phones. A small portion is left for office supplies, equipment, maintenance and repair, and that type of thing. Next slide, please. You'll notice that here we're fairly consistent. We've had 6.18 FTEs in this area of the office for quite some time. And a slight increase in the expenditures, and most of that is related to salaries and benefits. Next slide, please. On we move to the elections division. And this just has some of the services and functions that we have and goals and objectives. So you can move forward. The revenues that you see in the elections division, most of it is charges for services, and that's our ballot programming revenue that is generated. There's only two sources for ballot programming. It's either going to be the county clerk's office or it's going to be our equipment vendor. And we do the ballot programming and we do charge for that to the locals. So we're anticipating revenue in the $75,000 range next year. You'll see that our expenses and benefits are listed. And as we move to the next slide, I'll explain one of our more unusual requests that we are making. The budget drivers for the election side is going to be office supplies. Office supplies within this line item, it includes a request for $100,000 that we will need for printing ballots for next year. It's important for the board to realize elections in even years are, especially the August and the November elections, the cost of that election is the responsibility of the counties. So we will bear the cost of the ballot printing, any of the miscellaneous supplies that the locals may need to reimburse us. We do seek chargebacks for those, but it is the county's responsibility to pay for the ballots for the even numbered years. So within that $120,000 request, $100,000 will be encumbered for the purchase orders for the purchase of ballots. $4,000 will be encumbered for the purchase of other precinct supplies that we need to supply, such as tabulator tape and things like that. There'll be $16,000 that we'll be using for supplies for the election commission, the board of canvassers, candidate filings, campaign finance compliance, and other expenses of office supplies for the office. There's also a request in here, a facilities management request for $101,000. I've been in discussion with Chris Foltz about moving the elections division from their current location down to where the Register of Deeds used to be in the ground floor of the historic courthouse. Chris put together an estimate that cost would be $101,000. And that includes the furniture and construction cost. The benefits to moving the elections division downstairs would allow us continuity and not having to carry everything upstairs for when we're canvassing following an election. And on election night, it certainly would be nice to have a more comfortable area for people who are spending long hours in the office. So that is included. It's an unusual request. It would be a one-time expenditure. When we originally started this discussion with Chris, we anticipated that this would be under the capital improvement project amount, but it isn't. So we've included it with this budget request. Next slide there. Okay, it looks like you can definitely see the pattern between even numbered and odd numbered elections. And I think with the cost of moving the department, our request is unusually high, but not out of line for a even numbered election. What I need to be very clear is what is not covered and requested in this budget request. I have built in no funding for recalls. I have built in no funding for recounts. And I have built in no funding for any type of PPE or equipment that might be necessary for the up to 1,600 people that we will be training as election inspectors. So if we do encounter any of these needs, we will be coming back to the board requesting the funding necessary to perform these responsibilities. Next slide, please. The county clerk is also responsible for the CPL fund. It is a special revenue fund. The new and renewal price of a CPL is set by statute. It's currently $115. And when we receipt these funds, it goes into the special revenue fund. We're estimating about $127,000 in revenue for next year within this fund. Next slide, Hillary, please. Thank you. The important thing here is that our expenses within the CPL fund remain lower than our anticipated revenues. So it is a balanced budget. Next slide. This will show some of the drivers. You'll see that besides wages and benefits, that the expenses are pretty much supplies that we need for the CPLs that we are processing. Next slide. And here you'll see a pretty consistent supplies budget that we operate within. Next slide, please. Moving on to the county clerk's legal division, you will see some of the services and functions that we perform along with our target populations. Next slide. And you can see some of the annual measures that we use within that department. Next slide, please. Circuit Court Clerk, we collect revenues mostly that are assessed by the circuit court judges. So a high percentage of any of the revenue we generate are contained within a court's order. There's a few things such as copy fees, computer usage, and those items that we collect outside. But we pretty much collect what the judges issue in an order to be collected. Next slide, please. Here you will see that most of the expense in our division out at the circuit court is within the benefits and salaries. Very little is actually used for operations. Next slide. This will explain some of our budget drivers, and you'll see that it's office supplies. Included in the other expenses and charges is $12,000 that we're requesting for tax garnishments. We were utilizing about $9,000 of our budget in 2021 for this, and we're asking for an increase of an additional $3,000, moving that line item to $12,000. Next slide, please. This will show that most of the expenses are related to the payroll and benefits, and we're very consistent with our operating expenditures. Hillary, is that my last slide? Okay, I just want to remind the Board of Commissioners that within both the vital records and the circuit court clerk, we stayed within our target allocation. In fact, we returned money to the general fund. We didn't use all portions of our target allocation. And with elections, it's just difficult. I know that it's going to be a big election year, and we will be doing a lot of additional activities, and I humbly request your support for our elections division with our request. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that any commissioners may have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Other questions by the commissioners? Commissioners AJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Clerk, thanks for the great presentation and good detail. And I always enjoy looking at the comments as well. I try to frequent the comment box when I attend your office.
I know.
There you go. One of the good parts, I think, of your office is your team. I know the team in the courthouse works very hard. I do have one question as it relates to the court clerk.
Okay.
There's been a lot of proposals from the judiciary about on-base. Is that something that you will use, your office will use, and will it be a benefit to you?
Since on-base was implemented within the family division of the circuit court, the county clerk's staff has double handled every piece of paper in the family division since April 1st of 2016. In order for on-base to work, it has to be utilized to the fullest of its potential. And yes, I support the on-base program. It's coming. We're going to have e-filing, and we need to have a medium to do that. But I certainly would like to see all other portions of the court using on-base as well. Because at the current time, we are supplying files to the judges who are conducting the family division as well.
So just to maybe rephrase my question too, to make sure I'm understanding, the current system is not complete enough. Is that right? I mean, we have a portion of our courts that use on-base, so we kind of have a benefit in that area, but everywhere else it has to get double handled.
Correct.
So until the full court is on-base, that my file integrates with whatever the docketing system is at the court, you're saying that your office will continue to work overtime as it's related to that.
Correct. We
Okay.
will keep both the paper file and the electronic file so that we are in compliance with file recording or keeping standards.
And you don't have,
SAO.
you won't have to do that once on base
I
is
sure
fully
hope not.
implemented?
I
Okay.
sure hope not, Mitch.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners
Thank you,
take
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Other, Commissioner Helserman.
Madam Clerk, we're happy for your work and you're thinking of moving to the basement, your elections, Joe and his team, is that?
That is correct.
My question, weren't there water issues down there? And have they, to your knowledge, have they been resolved so that you make all these improvements and then here comes the water?
Yes, there were water problems down there, but if you recall, they dug out on the outside of the courthouse and
Okay.
resealed the complete lower exterior portion of that building. And we have been monitoring it during these heavy rains that we've had this
Mhm.
summer. And there has been no water leakage in that area. So I do believe Facility Services has resolved that issue.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is our budget report from the treasurer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present both our 2020 annual report and our 2022 budget request. So the mission, Hillary, if we could jump ahead just to the annual report, one more for me. Thank you. So the mission of the County Treasurer's Office is to administer all responsibilities and duties professionally, efficiently, and cost effectively in the best interest of Livingston County residents. And I can't do that without the wonderful support I have in the treasurer's team. Hillary, if you could go to the next slide, please. This is the fabulous team of 9 here. And if you see, 2020 was certainly a challenging year, but if you look at the hire dates of this staff, you will see that largely 5 of them came just before the chaos of 2020. So I will tell you that they jumped in feet first. They have been flexible. They too have provided uninterrupted service to the residents of Livingston County. And I am extremely grateful and proud of this team. If we can move on to, I've included some slides for the annual report, some statistics, some stats, but if it's okay, I'd like to jump to the budget section. Actually, I will jump to go ahead a couple more slides, Hillary, to the survey says. So here too are our customer comments. So survey says, a little tribute to Family Feud. But again, kudos to the staff. And we have some wonderful comments there to share with you. Moving on to the budget section, the dark blue boxes are kind of our main or core functions. So you have your treasury management, which includes your investing, delinquent tax collection, the general ledger, which is maybe not quite so known, but in Livingston County, the county treasurer maintains your general ledger. We maintain the county's financial books. Dog licensing, also not so known, but is a treasurer duty assigned by state statute, and we are happy to do so. And then tax roll administration. So the county treasurer is responsible for maintaining property tax rolls for 20 years. So that means every time there is an MTT order or a state tax commission order or a board of review that affects the prior year and 20 past that, we are managing that. We are issuing refunds, we are billing, we are maintaining that roll. The light blue boxes are more of the subsidiary functions that relate to that. So property tax foreclosure prevention. The county treasurer is responsible for assisting taxpayers who are struggling. Fixed asset management comes under the general ledger umbrella. So when we buy something here at the county, it is the county treasurer's office determining, is that a capital asset? If so, how long are we depreciating it? Principal residence exemption denials, again, related to property taxes. Your principal residence exemption goes to your property that you own and occupy. So we are responsible for billing those taxpayers who may be getting the exemption in error. Not such a fun task. The financial audit preparation. So we facilitate the audit each year, the county's audit, and prepare the financial statements. Deed certification is related to transfers of property when you sell real estate via a warranty deed. The county treasurer must certify that all property taxes are paid on that property before the deed can be recorded. And then ERP governance is our Munis software, our financial software. So myself, Cindy Katnack, as the finance officer, Christine Wood as the ERP administrator, and Jennifer Palmbush as personnel director all sit on an ERP governance board that oversees that financial system and how it functions. Okay, next slide. So revenues, our office does not bring in a lot of revenue per se. However, we are collecting a lot of revenue on behalf of the county. So I mean, we are collecting delinquent property taxes. We are, investment earnings, and all of that is reflected elsewhere, not in the treasurer's specific budget. But what we do have are tax certifications, like I mentioned, those are the deed certifications, and then online access and delinquent tax information. So those are shown in our general ledger as computer usage fees. Then we can go on to expenses. So our target allocation was 90,000 and we used 70,000 of this. So within that 178,000 of operating is the 70,000 we're using for small items. I'm talking office supplies, banking charges are in there, training is in there. And then 108,000 of that is actually our internal service funds and utilities. If we go on to the next budget driver slide, so you will see again, the largest driver is our computer, our internal service charges. And the next slide. So from our 21 to 22 budget, we do have a 2% increase, $20,000 increase. And again, that's attributable to those internal service costs. We have 9 FTEs and have had 9 FTEs for as long as I can remember. So that's all I have unless there are questions. I'd be happy to answer.
Questions for the treasurer? Does not look like it. You are off the hook.
That's the way I like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next report comes from the Register of Deeds office.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Brandon Bearfield. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Register of Deeds, Brandon Denby. I had no idea so many people were excited about the budget for the Register of Deeds. So super excited to see you all. Brandon could not be here tonight. Brandon is actually representing Livingston County. He's at the MARD convention. He is chairman for the program committee and a presenter at this year's convention. Exciting news. He was actually elected today as the Michigan Register of Deeds president for 2022. So he'll be representing the entire state for Register of Deeds. So the Register of Deeds office is a real estate recording office that archives all of the real property in the county. We have an ongoing effort to convert all of our new and old archive documents to a digital format that's easily accessible and searchable. Every property in the county has its own unique history, and it's our goal to help uncover and preserve that history for people when they're searching. The registrar is also the chairman of the county plat board and the grant administrator for the state survey and Remonumentation program. Both of these programs have their own special revenue funds and are dedicated to further their progress. Next slide, please. One more. So 2020 revenue. So I can go off of the chart, I can go off the graph, you guys can read the graph. I actually wasn't here, I've been here for about 6 weeks. So how did we do in 22 or 2020? We actually did very well. This graph will show you year over year growth, as you can see. If we go to the next slide, one of the most exciting parts about the Register of Deeds. So last year they earned $2.9 million in revenue and kept expenses to $663,000. So we contributed 2.2 million to the county's general fund. So Register of Deeds is pretty excited about the fact that we had that substantial impact on the county. Some of last year's accomplishments, if we go ahead one slide, please. So our office remained open through all of 2020. We had different portions of our staff working from home, but we always had somebody available at the office to help the attorney's offices, anybody, the title companies, individuals looking for documents or trying to perform their own searches. We were able to help with that. We had our online services and computer services kind of skyrocketed last year because more people were able to do their searches online because so many of our documents have been scanned and are in digital format. Incredibly impressive is that we recorded 48,977 documents last year. Pretty staggering number, kind of hard to wrap your mind around that. For every time there's a document, that means that somebody actually had to sign the document or there's some form of transaction that took place with that. So pretty impactful on the number of people that we came into contact with and different properties that we had an impact on. And we also partnered with our Fiddler and US Imaging and did all the digital scans for all the 6x9 documents and completed that project. Next slide. As many people know, one of the biggest changes was at the chief deputy position for the Register of Deeds. Kathy Gurecki retired after 25 years of service to the county. And then I was brought on from Liberty Title, bringing my title background and banking experience. Next slide, please. So like 3 days in, they decided to tell me that there's Christmas in July. And then I had to run around all downtown wearing a Christmas hat. Then it turns out that only Brandon and I were the only ones wearing Christmas hats in all of downtown. So I think it was a little bit of hazing, but everybody had a good time and I got to meet them. Next slide, please.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's better. It's not so loud.
So this was actually incredibly powerful when, starting as a new employee, being with the county. A number of years ago, Kathy led a program where they collected care packages and they sent us to the servicemen over in Afghanistan. In turn, she was presented with a flag that flew in a helicopter on a combat mission. And they gave that to her as a thank you for the contribution and all the people. They said it was the highest number of care packages that they had received in one shipment came from Livingston County and Kathy's efforts. So when Kathy retired, we also retired her flag and presented that to her. And then Bob Bizat kindly got us a flag that was flown over the state capitol and presented that back to the Register of Deeds Department. If you look at the one picture, Kathy was so excited that she was the tiniest person in the picture. She felt like she was surrounded by football players. They did a really nice retirement ceremony for Kathy and she was presented with the certificate of recognition by County Representatives Ann Bolin and Bob Bizat. Next slide, please. So a couple of things to mention on here about our primary functions. It'll just help later as we're going through state survey and remonumentation. So this is the state program where they're resurveying all of the counties previously surveyed marked corners. Once they locate those corners, they're using GPS, they actually will use a brass marker and it reestablishes the historic position of that marker. And then they can use those to more quickly and accurately conduct surveys across the state of Michigan. And then automation is the process of scanning all of our documents in for real estate records, making them digitally accessible so that it's easily to be searched. This also includes our computer subscriptions, online searches, and document orders, copies, all of those type of things. Next page, please. So for 2022, based on the previous 2 years and our performance, we anticipate growth next year to be approximately 2.8 million in revenue for our department. This would be gross revenue, not including our cost of conducting business. The three things that can contribute to our revenue are the tract index, the computer use, and the transfer tax. Transfer tax is the major contributor to the department revenue. The county receives $1.10 per $1,000 of transfer tax, and that's based on the property sales that's recorded on the deeds. The 10-year census said that we saw a 6% population increase. So that's good news. People want to live in Livingston County. That helps keep the property values up. That helps drive the sales values. So if the sales values are high, then that means we're going to get more transfer tax moving forward. Obviously, you can't predict what's going to happen in 2 or 3 years, but the current trend, we anticipate the sales values are going to remain high. Automation, with the increase in the automation, that's going to be one of the revenue drivers that we're going to see start to really have an influx in the next few years, because as more things are put into a digital format, they become more searchable. So people can have more subscriptions to search, document requests, those sort of things. On the flip side of that, everything that's indexed from our tract index, meaning the books and documents and all of that that we currently hold as a paper format, as those get scanned in, less people are going to be looking to those books because it'll be online. So you'll start to see the tract index go down, but then the automation will start to increase. Next page. So our budget in overview is right in line with last year. We continue to have 9 FTE. Just because so many people showed up, FTE is a full-time employee. So we don't anticipate that changing. There at this time, there are no unforeseen changes or expected changes in that position. Next page, please. So since this chart was formed, we actually have discovered that we're going to be giving back part of our office supplies. So we're waiting right now on a bid to come in for all of the Epson scanners and printers that are used at every individual station. Once we receive that, we anticipate roughly $25,000 will be going back from office supplies just into the general fund. It's not money that we'll need, so we'll be returning it. Next page, please. And if you look, we've stayed pretty consistent. We anticipate that 22 is going to be very similar to 21. When we take into consideration 2 factors, one being the $25,000 and the overage on office supplies that'll be returned. And then if you look at the employee history within the Registry of Deeds, 2019, 2020, and 2021, you saw long-term employees that had retired. And so you end up with saving some funds there because of hiring in new employees at a lower salary base that just haven't acquired the tenure. And so those 2 factors should offset our 22 budget to be right in line with 21. Next page, please. So survey and remonumentation. I can provide some insight as to what the remonumentation program is. Just to save time and not to repeat it, Brandon is actually going to be doing another presentation. He's the grant administrator for the remonumentation program. You can expect that in a couple of weeks because they're still trying to get all the finalized numbers. An additional change was since this slide was made, the final number did come out on Thursday that next year we'll receive $67,460 to go towards remonumentation. So it's slightly more that the state's going to be sending us, and that number is based on what we pay into the program is what you get out of is the money they return to you out of the program. Next page, please. So something to note on here, one of the big changes that was made is as we transition from actually finding and marking all of these corners to a maintenance program, there are less funds coming in from the state grant. Brandon did reduce the salary from $9,200 to $7,500 so that he's receiving less, which will help offset the amount of money that's coming from the grant. So that way we're not making up a difference from a shortage from the grant because we have less paid into the grant. And next slide, please. Contract services on here speaks directly to the amount of money that's paid to the surveyors that are going out. And again, Brandon will cover more of this in a couple of weeks when he presents exactly what the surveyor's budget's going to be and what that contract looks like. So interesting detail about this is if you look at 2018 actual, when it goes to 2019 actual. So that's the difference between when they're actually going out into the field and locating these individual pins and marking these locations versus the maintenance program. So when we say maintenance, now that Livingston County has marked where all these locations are at, a great example is when they did the interchange over on the expressway, right over there by Lowe's. Apparently they came through with a bulldozer and took out a bunch of pins and then they didn't tell us. So then they poured the concrete and then the surveyors had to go back out there, re-drill the holes and replace the pins that were removed. Tractors do the same thing. But so that'll just show you that maintenance, once it's done, maintaining it is much cheaper than actually getting it in place. Next slide, please. So aside from transfer tax, automation is the second largest contributor for our revenue. Automation is going to be growing over the next few years. If you look at the trend, you can see it's continuously grown over the last few years. As more documents are digitalized, more people are going to be using computers to find and recover documents. 80% of all the documents that we receive to date are all electronically recorded. So we receive those. So you only have 20% of people who are actually physically walking in a document, which makes that process a lot faster because they're already scanned to us in a digital format. Next slide, please. So the automation budget, that is a specialized revenue funds. Up until 2019, you did not have benefits or salaries being paid out of this. So that is something that is new that's going to continue, that they're now taking portion of that to contribute and pay towards benefits and salaries. Next slide, please. And the automation drivers, these are all consistent with what we've had over the last 2 years. Biggest thing that they will still have to find out is going to be the contract for computers and phones because our partner Fiddler does all of our software. It's my understanding the contract is consistent year over year, but depending on if they come up with new reports or new forms of presentation as to if that contract changes. So next slide, please. One of the things that jumped out at me was the difference from 2020 to 21 and 22. Which Brandon quickly told me that every year the budget does have a cushion built in case of a crisis, which a register of deeds crisis could be something like all of the recorded or electronically recorded documents being held through ransomware, in which case you would have to go and figure out how to get those released so that people could search them. It has never happened, but it's built in there. Or if all of the computers failed, then you had to replace an entire department of computers, those kind of things. At the end of the year, as with past trends, that whole cushion is returned back to the special revenue fund. The Register of Deeds is looking forward to another productive, exciting year. Currently, we are on pace to record over 54,000 documents this year. We anticipate that being very similar to next year. And so if there's any questions, be more than happy to try and answer them.
Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Gross.
You mentioned that most of the records for county properties have been digitized. Does that include documents from Hamburg Township that go back to the 1830s?
So currently, everything that we have is electronically recorded back to 1984. So we are in the process of working with Fiddler and US Imaging to record from 84 back. So when we talk about the program where they recorded the 6x9 documents, some of those go back pretty far. I can't guarantee they go back to the 1830s. I know that a lot of the books that we still have, the tract index, those pages have been laminated. So when you can search back, you'll actually get right back to 1834 and it'll say right in there, purchased from US government. That is the plan. Just right now, we're still in the process of getting to that point. Eventually what would happen would be all of the index, the tract index would end up in a storage place because people will be able to locate all these documents through the computers and the internet. Sure.
Other questions? Looks like you're good. You did a great job for a 6-week.
Thanks. They didn't make me nervous at all. So yeah, appreciate it.
Next up, Mr. Johnson from the airport.
Good evening.
Evening, Mark.
We've got several functions at the airport that we, our main function obviously is air transportation for both people and goods. The county has decided many, many years ago that we would be in the fuel business. So the county sells the fuel on the airport. The county also made a very good decision in the late 1980s to build T-hangars for aircraft storage. So we have 120 of those units today that we rent out. We're not at 100% occupancy at the moment, but we're working our way back up. We do weather reporting into the National Weather Service system. So weather from Livingston County, when you're watching on cable and it says Howell weather, it comes from a machine that we have out there that we own in conjunction with the state of Michigan Aeronautics, and they do all the maintenance for us, which is a good thing because it's pretty specialized. We also sell some pilot amenities and we provide concierge services to pilots and passengers. We make rental car arrangements for people. We make hotel arrangements for people. We make catering arrangements for people. That's a big part of Kathy's job. Who's in the office. We do have, I'm just going to mix up the report and my report, or in the budget and my report here, if that's okay. We do have 3 main revenue sources at the airport. It's the sale of fuel, it's the rental of hangars, and it's leasing land for others to construct hangars on. We can go to the next slide, please. In 2020, we did see an increase in fuel, a decrease in hangar, but an increase in land lease. And again, that our hangar numbers are coming back up from what they were. One of the nationwide problems is the pilot population is graying and aging. And many of those, there's some airplanes in RT hangars that sit there 3 or 4 years before the owner decides, I'm not going to fly again, and it's time to sell it. So we've got some of those. We had a lot more sales last year. When people are buying airplanes, they're typically a little bit younger and they fly more. So we are seeing an increase in that as the hangars are starting to refill. Slide. Oh, you have,
So just speak into your microphone.
oh, Hillary's got it. Okay. Slide, please. Thank you. You'll see here for gallons of Jet A fuel, that is the largest number we've ever sold. We were up about 35% over our previous best. We had about a 6-week period where things were a little slow when COVID really hit and the first thing started happening. Everything shut down. Once things started opening up a little bit, those who were able to fly privately have been doing so. The ones who can afford to do that, rather than go to an airport with lots of people, rather than getting on an airplane with lots of people, they're flying with their family and only their family. And that has been, it's been very good for our fuel sales. Next slide, please. You can skip that one. Next slide, next slide. You can skip that too, Hillary. Slide, please. Okay, we're talking about staff. If you'll notice, we've had 3.85 full-time equivalents. I'm asking for one more in our 2022 budget. 3.85, and you'll see 9 names there. So some of those are very irregular part-time people. They plow snow for me in the winter. They'll do a fill-in when I've got vacation time. Such as Scott Wenzel, he's a former employee, but he's still trained, he's still available. He might work 2 days a year. But it's how we get by with 3.5 people. When we're there 7 a.m. through 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 to noon on the weekends. And these additional trips we've been seeing since COVID time, they're coming in after hours and evenings and late weekends. So we've got a lot of call out time where all we got to do is go out and meet the airplane, maybe rent them a car, fuel them, and away they go. But they need us there to make all of that happen. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the main business. Back up one, please. The main businesses on the airport. Air Service Enterprise is aircraft maintenance. They are actually down 2 employees. They had 1 long-term person leave. It's a concern because they are really struggling to find another mechanic. And they are the only operation doing maintenance for the public right now. And it's concerning to the Aeronautical Facilities Board and myself that could go away because of lack of staff and lack of ability to hire anybody. Younger people do not want to get into the general aviation side of the world. They want to go and work on jets, and they want to go work up for the airlines, so they get travel benefits. They don't get that when they're working on small piston engine airplanes, and that's what Air Service Enterprise specializes in. Air aviation, you'll see in another slide, they built a new hangar in 2020 that opened. They've gone from 4 employees, they're up to 7. They've got 4 airplanes in that hangar now. Flying, their 2 main airplanes are flying probably an average of 4 to 5 days a week, not always 5, but almost always 4. So they're a very busy operation, and they've been a great asset to the airport. CHI Aviation is also known as construction helicopters. Those are the big red helicopters that have been doing a lot of training over Livingston County in the last year. They have 28 aircraft. Not all of them are based here. Most of them are never here. They do a lot of firefighting work out west. They've done firefighting in Australia. They've done firefighting in Hawaii. They have aircraft and personnel all over the world. The 248 employees, their paycheck all comes through Livingston County, but some of them have never seen the building out there because they're on 2 weeks, they're off 2 weeks. They go to where the aircraft is. They don't need to come back to home base. They've also recently gotten into large drone work. And I think that's still experimental for the most part, but it's going to be an up and coming thing. And they're trying to be on the front edge of that. I think they were talking that we'll take 50 employees once it's operational. Right now, it's starting in Oregon, but they expect to bring it home at some point. Crosswinds Aviation is a very busy flight school on the field. They started here. They've added 3 more operations at Pontiac, at Willow Run, and at Flint. They are now the official flight school for Eastern Michigan Aviation's program. And they have their Livingston County operation is 8 aircraft at the moment and 13 employees. And they've got smaller presence at each of the other airports, but a presence. And University of Michigan Survival Flight has both a fixed wing and a helicopter out there. So it's 2 aircraft and 18 total employees dedicated to this operation. Next slide, please. Here you can see our difference in jet fuel. Avgas has really stayed, which is for piston airplanes. That's the blue. That's stayed flat. It's changed a little bit, but not dramatically in the last 10 years. But our jet fuel sales have climbed, and then last year was a big jump. And year to date, we are ahead of last year. We're at about 240,000 gallons, I think, so far this year. Next slide. There's T hangars, and you can see that tick down just a few percentage points. Next slide. And those are the land lease revenue, and that has been steadily climbing. I have one company that's talking about building at the moment. They're not real serious yet, but I have hopes that maybe in 2022 or 2023, we might be getting another building out there. Next slide. There's the new hangar that Air Aviation completed and moved into about a year ago now. Next slide. Our 2020 project was going to be fixing these cracks in our taxiways. We did the design, we bid it. The engineer's estimate was about $330,000. The lowest bid came in at about $620,000. So we didn't have the money. The state wasn't going to give us the money. So we waited, we rebid it in June, and it came in at $290,000, and we'll be doing the work starting next month. So that there's about 250 of these joints that are going to be replaced that are failing. Slide, please. This is some of our aircraft maintenance equipment, and this is also, we've been taking over more operations in the last 5 or 6 years. We used to contract all of our mowing. You see our mower there, and that tractor that you see is also the tractor on the left that's blowing snow. It's both a winter and a summertime piece of equipment for us. In 2019, we got that new broom that's on the right, and we are now doing almost all snow removal on the runway, a majority on the taxiways, and that all used to be contracted as well. With University of Michigan Survival Flight's jet being there, they need more snow removal than we were previously doing, which is why we got the broom that takes the snow down completely away. We get down to bare pavement, so they have good braking to make their operations safe in the wintertime. Next slide. We've got about 185 based aircraft out there. There's one on the top left is CHI. Top right is one of the Crosswinds Aviation trainer airplanes. And part of Survival Flight's fleet is down there in the corner. Next slide. Next slide, we'll go into the budget. Here are the programs that we offer. We've talked about most of them. Fuel quality control is something we do on a daily basis. We're looking for contaminants. We're looking for water. We're making sure everything we sell is as safe as it can possibly be. And it's just a preventative thing. Next slide. Our revenues, again, there's three main drivers, rental income and then fuel sales. Slide. Mainly our operating expenses and a large portion of that is fuel for resale. And that number may go up or down depending on what oil does. At the end of June, when I'm putting together my budget, whatever the price is that day, that's how I build the budget. And we'll do budget amendments if we need to, once that's been approved. My budgeting philosophy is that I try to underestimate revenues and overestimate expenses and come out someplace in the middle. The budget is based strictly on gallons for fuel sales, not dollars. So as long as the gallons are there, the dollars take care of themselves. For capital programs, we've got $75,000 in there for a new fuel truck, or new to us fuel truck. It will be used. And then salaries and benefits are the other big things. Slide, please. And that's contract services is the snow removal that we have done and outside maintenance that we contract for. And the transfer out is debt payment to the delinquent tax fund. When the hangars were built, they were originally built with a revenue bond. We weren't meeting the obligations of the bond, so the county defeased it, loaned us the money, and we are paying you back with interest on a monthly basis. So that's where that transfer out comes from. And next slide. And there's our spending trends. It's up in 2022. Part of it is a lot more anticipated jet fuel sales. The dollars and the price of it are also driving that, because the price of oil is fuel's about $1 more than it was a year ago, both to buy and to sell. So that number goes up. The budget has been reviewed and approved by the Livingston County Aeronautical Facilities Board, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Helserman.
You talked about the runway renovation, and you said it was going to start next month. Is that late in the year for that, or is that, do you think you'll have trouble with that or put it off till next year?
It's about a 12-day project. We're looking at starting October 4th.
Okay.
So we should be done in plenty of time. I do not like November asphalt. I'll take October
Right.
asphalt.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Zajac.
Mr. Chair, quick question with regards to the air services enterprise. You said that both you and the board think that there could be an issue if that operation goes away. What happens if that occurs?
They are private industry. I would anticipate someone else would step in and start an operation or open a satellite operation. They've had some conversations with other operations, but it has not been a good fit between the two so far. But they're continuing to come to work every day, but they're not, because of the loss of that mechanic, long-term mechanic, they're not able to get as much work done as they were previously.
How would that affect the operations of the airport if they go away?
It affects base customers want to be able to get their work done on the airport or have someone there. Even if their main mechanic is somewhere else, they want to be, if their airplane's down and can't leave, they want somebody that can get it variable to a mechanic. So not having a mechanic leads to aircraft leaving the airport.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner. You talk about the increase or likely increase in use of drones at the airport. Any idea what kind of financial impact that may have?
Drones at the airport. Oh, those drones won't be at the airport. CHI Aviation is getting into the drone business, but they would not be operating them at the airport.
Did anybody else hear that?
Sounds like your time's up.
What was the result of the experiment with the patching project that you showed me that was at the old terminal?
The result was that we learned the FAA does not recognize that as a usable product on airports where the aircraft are over 30,000 pounds. It appeared to have worked.
Okay.
But it won't meet federal funding criteria.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Plank.
Great presentation. My question for you is I know that on larger aircrafts, they de-ice the planes. We don't do the de-icing on the smaller planes.
We do, our favorite way of de-icing is to get them into a hangar.
Okay.
Depending on the size of the aircraft, we do have the ability to do.
And you collect that then and recycle that back, or is?
We do, and typically our volume is such that there isn't enough to actually collect. It just kind of dissipates. But yes.
And so you buy that recycled then, the propylene glycol to do that de-icing? Do you buy it where it's not virgin product, but recycled product?
Can't answer that question. I buy it from an aviation lab. We've had the same 55-gallon drum for the last 3 years. So we.
Questions, thank you.
Any other commissioners with questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Okay. Thank you.
Next up on the agenda, item number 8 is our call to the public. I would remind the public, this is your opportunity to bring forward information to the board that you feel is important. This is not a two-way conversation. I would also remind if you would sign in so that we could get the correct spelling of your name for the minutes, that would be great. Before you start speaking, if you would give us your full name and your township that you located. We used to say address, but your township or city is fine. And I think that prevents some maybe unwanted situations. So once you start talking, I'll start the timer and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. Thanks for letting us speak here tonight. Kerry Mullis, the person that invented the PCR test, he called Dr. Fauci a pathological liar. You know why? Because when he invented it, the PCR test was never meant to be used to pick up COVID. You cannot pick up COVID-19. You cannot test for it. They cannot contain it. And also, Dr. Salenko, he was with President Trump. He treated over 7,000 people with hydrochloroquine. Do you know how many people died? 3 out of 7,000. Dr. Fauci and the CDC and the FDA have lied to the American people once again. The PCR testing cannot pick up the COVID-19, nor can it detect COVID-19 viruses. And also, if you look at the PCR test, it says it cannot pick up the COVID-19. So I don't know why anybody would believe Dr. Fauci. Can the CDC show us any studies or facts or tests or proof the results of the mask and their COVID jab work? Nope, they sure can't. Also ask yourselves this, if Dr. Fauci and the FDA admitted a few weeks ago that the PCR tests do not work, how are they confirming these new variants? What are the new tests that they're using? What are the new tests that they came up with to test for the Mu virus, the Delta virus? Just curious. How are they confirming these new variants? What are the new tests that they're using? Where are these new tests that they can prove that there are new variants? Why are the staff that worked in the White House also worked for the FDA, for Pfizer? The Pfizer president never got vaccinated. And the pharmaceutical companies, how come they don't have to get vaccinated with the COVID jab? Why is it not mandatory for their employees to get vaccinated with the COVID jab? Recently, Dr. Fauci came out saying kids vaccinated cannot or don't need to wear, kids vaccinated or not vaccinated need to wear masks. Here is something I can finally agree with the CDC said. The CDC said, and also came out with a study about your school mask mandates ignored by the fake news media, found no evidence that school mask mandates have been effective. The study, which analyzed 90,000 elementary students in 169 Georgia schools from November 16th to December 11th, found all statistics with no significant differences of the virus's spread required a mask compared to other schools that were optional and wear a mask. The CDC shows that children generally do not spread the COVID virus. Children have little risk of contracting the COVID virus. The children have more of a chance of
You have 15 seconds.
contracting the seasonal flu, which is more deadly to our children than the COVID. So why isn't this information out into the public? Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Connie Robinson, and I'd like to talk tonight about the COVID response funding.
Chair.
Yes.
Could we have the person that's on deck come and sign their name?
Yes, if, just to expedite things, so who's ever up next, if you would come up and fill out the form so that we have the correct spelling of your name, and then we'll, it'll help move things along. I'll pause the timer for Ms. Robinson. I would also just ask a favor with regards to applause and I'll say cheering, if you would, I'm not gonna say don't applaud, but if you would do it in a polite manner such that the clerk can hear the names and also that it's not intimidating for anybody else who might not share your point of view. So that's just a request. So go ahead, Connie.
Again, I'd like to talk about the COVID response funding. We know that 917,000 of the 1.5 million is earmarked for vaccines, but vaccines are now abundantly available everywhere. As a matter of fact, state compiled data shows 200 doses of the vaccine administered throughout the county every day, with an excess of 1,300 doses a day on hand. So why do we need to take the money? If we find we have a need for COVID funding, why not use the 37 million sitting in the ARPA fund? There are no strings attached to that money. Currently, one of the few places where vaccines are not available is in the schools. And I think we could expect to see many pop-up clinics in the schools if we take that money. Now, the opposition points out that there is a clause in the contract that requires a parent's permission and presence in order to vaccinate their child. However, most parents don't trust the schools, and for good reason. Let me give you 4 examples. Number 1, we know schools are not contacting parents whose children come to school, change clothes, and pick a new name. Number 2, we know that Howell and Heartland have hired mental health specialists who will not be allowed to practice conversion therapy. In other words, per the governor's executive directive, if a child presents with gender dysphoria, the counselor is not allowed to explore underlying problems. They can only affirm the troubled child's self-diagnosis. Number 3, the schools say they are not teaching CRT, and yet most of the district schools gave their freshmen a form so they could pick their preferred pronouns. And let me just add, while we know that CRT may not be in the curriculum, diversity, equity, and inclusion, implicit bias training, and gender dysphoria are all under the CRT umbrella. We know that most of Livingston County schools have implemented DEI, and superintendents and now principals have attended a 3-day implicit bias training whose program begins with a statement, "We are born with bias." Number 4, according to the Daily Wire,
15 seconds.
How much?
15.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, if I urge you not to take the money. If the Livingston County Health Department thinks that it's not being used properly, what would stop them from going up the chain and this money being taken away from?
Your time is up. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
Please provide your name and township or city, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Dan Wallahan, Genoa Township. I'm speaking on two related issues here. The first is what was proposed originally is I call it the "We Will Not Comply" resolution. I support that. Mr. Biden may be the quote president, but he is not our leader. He is not our leader. He is our employee, and that's every president is our employee. We do not work for him. And that leads to the second issue that I have. I have strong reservations, and if I was on a commission, as it stands now, would vote no on taking the money because of strings attached. I encourage everyone to read the contract, read the small print, and read every single reference to it because nothing's free. And if you have a contract, it will just assume everything will be enforced extremely strict because that's how it usually works. That's how we fall on the federal mandates. That's how we fall on the state mandates. And right now they have not earned a trust. MDHHS does not have any trust after Robert Gordon, and the CDC. As far as I'm concerned, Dr. Fauci stopped being a doctor 20 years ago and just became just another politician. So thank you.
Just a reminder, if you would provide your name and township or city, you'll have 3 minutes.
Jim Delcamp, Genoa Township. 1905 Supreme Court, Cambridge Board of Health versus Johansson. One man's liberty cannot deprive his neighbors of their own liberty, in this case by allowing the spread of the disease. There are manifold restraints to which every person is necessarily subject for the common good. On any other basis, organized society could not exist with safety to its members. Society based on the rule that each one is a law unto himself would soon be confronted with disorder and anarchy. Real liberty for all could not exist under the operation of a principle which recognizes the right of each individual person to use his own, whether in respect to his person or his property, regardless of the injury that may be done to others. This is about the smallpox in 1905. And that disease was eradicated by vaccination by 1980. Now, I have an interest in liberty. I'm interested in being free from infectious diseases. I had cancer and a compromised immune system. I've been vaccinated. I'm glad my children are out of school because they aren't proposing in this county that they have them wear masks. I have one other statement. I don't know how much time I got. This is by Dr. Jerome Adams, Surgeon General under Trump. This freedom argument is bunk. We are losing freedoms because people are unvaccinated. The consequences are mitigation. I'm predicting closures in the future because we are not going to be able to rein in the Delta variant before we get enough spread that it's going to start causing closures again. I do not want my kids to have to go through another year of virtual school. I don't want our hospitals to be overwhelmed, for them to be shut down for elective surgeries like we saw last year, and it's happening now. Our freedoms are being impinged upon because we have far too many people unvaccinated. We need to pull together to use the tools that God gave us, the miracles that God has given us to overcome this terrible pandemic. The unvaccinated are spreading COVID. Not getting vaccinated is like driving while intoxicating endangering others. You can't smoke in buildings and you can't blow virus into my face. Now, I could sit here and you can talk about your liberties, but I sit here and light up a cigarette.
You have
Sits
10
all over
seconds.
the building. Can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please provide your name and township, and you'll have 3
Sure.
minutes.
James Lewis, Genoa Township. I could sit here and talk about the statistics, which you guys are all, I'm sure, very competent and you've read them. So I'll trust you got your own personal decision. So I'm going to speak about your responsibilities to we the people. We've elected you with a vote of trust. You've accepted that vote of trust by the election and the seat you hold. You've enacted upon a public trusting contract with us. As I've mentioned before, there's a contract and there's an agreement. For the crowd, I gave them some homework that they can take with them, and I'll remind them of Title 18 USC Section 242, which binds you, because under the deprivation of color of law, if you choose to enforce something that's not a law, as in voted on by legislation, you're in violation of my constitutional rights, which endows me the ability to sue you personally in civil court. I'm going to also mention the fact that you're all personally bonded sitting here today. And if you send out a law enforcement officer to enforce these mandates, I too am able to sue them and get your bond violated and their bonds violated. These courts have been successfully done, these cases in courts all across the United States. I won't bore you with the details, but I instruct you all to go out and learn about them because you're embarking on a task. There might be a bunch of people here that are very concerned about the spread of a virus and they're wearing their masks and they're convinced we're going to have the next phase of the Spanish flu. And for them, I can understand the concern, and let's talk about that. But you cannot weigh the force of government upon people against their will. You have a responsibility to very gingerly use this force. This is not a force that you're allowed to wave around at the whim of a portion of the public. The strongest minority is the individual. That is why we are a republic, not a democracy, not mob rule, a republic with rules, laws, that we are all set to follow and we've agreed to follow here. So again, I can understand the hysteria that everybody has. I understand you've all taken an oath for your office. You've all entered into contract by accepting payment from the taxpayer. You're now in contract with us, the taxpayer. So I ask you to consider that. And for the public at large listening, NIH, check it out. It's a great source for resources for research. You guys can look it up too, National Institute of Health. You can get some counter information from what the mainstream media may want to feed you. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you. Please provide your name and township, and you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, my name is Max Topoleski and I live in Green Oak Township. Thank you all for allowing me to speak to you tonight. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the $1.5 million of COVID money. I'm a Brighton High School student and I've lived through a terrible school year of masks and quarantines last year. My brother almost didn't graduate because he was contact trace quarantined 4 times, which resulted in him missing over 40 days of school between January and April. My brother and I both had COVID long before the school year started last year, but we were still contact traced quarantined because the health department told the school they had to quarantine all of us. In addition, the sick kids got to come back to school sooner than the healthy kids did. They got to return after a negative COVID test, but the healthy kids still had to stay out for 14 days. It really didn't make any sense to quarantine healthy kids. But we were still forced out of school anyway, even though 99% of us never got COVID. This year, Brighton High School has been told by the health department to discriminate against unvaxxed students, regardless of whether we have natural antibodies or not. We are being treated like second-class citizens while vax students will not be required to miss school, wear masks, or be subjected to carcinogenic nasal swabs if they are contact traced to an ill student. The health department plans to punish and track me and other unvaccinated students who are otherwise healthy simply because we do not want to take an experimental gene therapy, either because we already have natural antibodies or we object to it and question the safety and effectiveness of it. This is wrong, and by giving more COVID-specific money to the health department so that they can bully schools and students, you will also be guilty of discriminating against students like me. Please vote no for this money.
I would encourage polite applause. I appreciate the emotion surrounding, but I would ask for your cooperation. Please, 3 minutes, or provide your name and township, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Reed Davatella. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in Green Oak Township. I've been a Livingston County resident for 29 years. My wife and I raised 9 children here, went all in line through Brighton High School. They did very well, 6 engineers, 3 housewives. So we're pretty proud of our children. If you need any help with budgeting, my wife has lots of experience. Yeah. I've read through the resolution for the 1.5 million for the COVID vaccinations, and I'd urge you to vote against it. I see some language in there that that kind of provides some safeguards. No mask mandates, no vaccine mandates, no funds for no vaccines for children under 19 years of age without a parent's approval or presence. School opt-out program, all those are good. I think they give it some teeth. I don't know if the health department's going to accept that. They may reject that. In which case, I'd say reject it right out of hand. So we're not going to take the money. I would like to point out a few items in the transfer of authority to the health department. There's conducting testing, contact tracing, infection prevention, and enforcement. Those are just for the, I think there's 6 or 7 words basically saying they are in charge of this. But what really are they in charge of? I'd like to take a look at this. Number 1, enforcement. What does that actually mean? What are we enforcing? There's no vaccine mandates. There's no mask mandates. What's to enforce? Why are we giving money to do that? The next item of importance is contact tracing. We're already kept track of by the NSA probably. If you have your phone on, they know exactly where you are. They hear your calls. They're probably listening to what I have to say right now, for all I know. We don't need somebody else keeping track of where we're at. In monitoring, are you home? We're adults, we can take care of ourselves. If I have COVID, I'm staying home. I'm gonna follow the rules for that. But I don't need anybody checking up on me. As far as testing, there's no language in there that says, okay, it's gonna be voluntary.
You have 15 seconds.
I have 15 seconds, okay. There should be no mandatory testing. I think we need to have language in there. It's not mandatory. If that ever came down, I'm not being tested. I'll be an outlaw. And then infection prevention, what's to say that? Oh, shoot. Anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joanne. I'm from Osceola, and I had a lot of names, a lot of dates and everything else. And then I found out that I only had 3 minutes. So I'm really going to try to do a quick synopsis on this. But my problem is with the administrative science, talking Biden administrative science, which has been so wrong so many times. Okay, first of all, Biden's on and off mandates for mask, off on mandates for vaccine. Also of note is Biden's statement regarding the vaccine mandate. Quote, "It's not about freedom or personal choice." Another quote, "We must protect the vaccinated from the non-vaccinated." It begs to ask the question, if the espoused vaccine is doing what administration claims, why aren't the vaccinated protected? Okay, so it just doesn't make any sense. Harris, on the other hand, hers is even funnier. And that is just before she went into office, quote, "I do not trust the vaccine. I will not take the vaccine." Of course, we know how productive she's been. Then we've got the FDA. The FDA said there is enough data there is not enough data to justify the third shot, meaning the booster. That's a quote. This is not, quote, vetted, okay? Vetted, meaning proven science. Then, of course, there was lawsuits that came up and said, how can we be forced to take a vaccine on an experimental vaccination that has not been approved by FDA? And lo and behold, a few days later, FDA suddenly passes this approval. Dr. Fauci, on the other hand, masks are good, masks are not good. Masks aren't working. We have to triple up on the masks. Okay, there is nothing that has been consistent with that man. We are finding this is his quote, "We are finding vaccinations are losing efficacy." Efficacy is that it's producing the desired and intended results. He states he does not know the origin at the time. Okay, he's also said we have to do more research on that. Well, the research was done, reports out. He was involved, believe me, and it did happen. And I don't think you can trust any of these people. Okay, it turns out that it was originated there in China at the lab, and that not only this, but he knew that American tax monies were being used by his organization to third parties such as EcoHealth to do highly controversial research with viruses to create extremely contagious viruses. EcoHealth site defines themselves scientists,
You have 15
universities,
seconds.
et cetera, and foreign ministries. Okay, now the real science. Okay, you can look up all these doctors. We've got biostatisticians, research scientists, professors of medicine, biomedical, cellular immunologists, and they're all telling you pretty much the same thing. You've got Dr. Marty McCary, John Hopkins.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Oh, already? Oh, shoot, that went fast.
That's okay, because I'm only gonna be like a few seconds. Can she have the rest of my time?
No, it's 3 minutes per person. I'm sorry.
All right.
Oh, that's right, your water.
If you would go ahead and provide us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Monica Halama, and I'm from Osceola Township. And I'm going to be very brief. I read in the news today that our Vice President Kamala Harris said this today. She said the unvaccinated need to get vaccinated to protect the vaccinated. Yes, that is a quote from our Vice President. Now, that makes a lot of sense. The unvaccinated need to get vaccinated to protect the vaccinated. Now, I guess that all of us in Livingston County need to get vaccinated so that the vaccinated are protected. Now, who's going to protect us once we get vaccinated? I don't know. That's the big question. So I guess we better accept this money so we can get the unvaccinated vaccinated so that the vaccinated can be protected. Now, another thing that I read in the news today was that 2 scientists from the FDA are resigning because they don't agree with the White House. The White House is pushing for booster shots that 2 scientists from the FDA do not agree with, because the White House is pushing them to go ahead and make these booster shots. They're pushing them before the FDA is ready to approve them. They want these booster shots to be given out by September 20th. And these 2 scientists are resigning because they say that these booster shots are not ready yet. They're not okay. They're not safe yet, or they're not ready to be proven safe or whatever. Now, the White House wants these approved. They want these approved before they're proven safe. I don't know what the government is doing to us, But how can you expect us to be vaccinated when the vaccine is not safe? Kamala Harris said it. She said it. It was on the news today. I don't see how you can take this money to make us get vaccinated for something that's not going to protect us. I don't understand it.
You have 15 seconds.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for welcoming us. My name is Yvonne Black. I live in Marion Township, and I'm speaking this evening in respect to the Ingham County resolution that's on the agenda. While the United States Constitution states promote the general welfare, it is followed with secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. As elected officials, it is your responsibility to secure my and my grandchildren's blessings of liberty. Our founding fathers were well aware that disease exists, yet nowhere in the United States Constitution is health mentioned, let alone promoting that it is government's responsibility to protect my health. 10th Amendment police powers are subject to the United States Constitution and the Michigan Constitution. The word health did not exist in the first Constitution of Michigan of 1850 until it was amended in 1963. This was a very controversial amendment, just as the $1.5 million Livingston County Health Department's COVID-19 resolution is today. The 1960s began a strong anti-constitution movement in the United States. On September 30th, 1978, 147 laws were added to Michigan compiled laws, Public Act 368, Michigan Public Health Code. One of them being 333-2453, which is an unconstitutional law that violates the United States First Amendment and Michigan Constitution, we the people's right peaceably to assemble, along with affording unfettered unilateral power to the executive branch of government. The inventor of mRNA has stated that mass vaccination will lead to superbugs, just like the overuse of antibiotics did. The June 8th, 2021 Commonwealth of Kentucky Boone Circuit Court Division 1 case number 20-CI-00678 judgment and order states, Stephen E. Petty, CIH, testified as an expert and was accepted as such without objection. According to Mr. Petty, masks have no standards, are not respirators, and do not qualify as protective equipment. He empathetically stated that mask wearing provides no benefit whatsoever either to the wearer or others. Mr. Petty acknowledged that both OSHA and CDC have recommended that people wear masks. However, he called this at best dishonest. The courts find the opinions expressed by Mr. Petty firmly established in logic. The inescapable conclusion testimony is that ordering masks to stop COVID-19 is like putting up chain link fencing to keep out mosquitoes. Local health officials are not experts in the fields of science, medicine, or masks. Ingham County commissioners are mocking the United States and Michigan Constitution and want you to join them in their mocking. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Marty Brown from Osceola Township. I want to address the commissioners themselves directly, even though I realize that you can't respond. I still want you to hear what I have to say. One is Commissioner Zajac.
If you would direct your comments to me as the chair of the board, that would be best.
Okay, well, I'd like to direct it to you about Commissioner Zajac. Who was quoted by Channel 6 as saying that the Livingston County was not a mandated county. So if you do accept this money for the health department, there will be more mandates and mandates that you cannot control. So that's what I'd like to say to you. I also would like to say something with direction to Commissioner Helserman. A friend of mine and I did reach out to Commissioner Helserman and he did respond. We reached out to encourage him to not accept the money. He did respond to us and his answer was, you think that it's fine to take the money because you have a good relationship with the health department. And I accept that as a very nice comment, but that is the health department that you have today. That is not the future health department. You have no idea, I don't think, unless you can, if you could respond to me, but you can't, what the health department of the future is going to be. They're going to have carte blanche to do whatever they want with this money and to our community. I also want to address Carol Sue Reeder. And I don't have much to say to you, except that we tried to reach out to you, several people lately. We got no response. We have no idea what your stance is on this. And I'm from Osceola Township. We tried to get a meeting with you, but could not. No emails were answered. So I just want to encourage you to somehow, through the press or somehow, let us know what your stance is on this issue. And I hope it's to not take the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Carastas Fisher. I'm a resident of Genoa Township. I'm 83 years old. I'm an Army veteran, and I'm here. And I'm here to comment on the situation we have today regarding COVID. For the last several months, we have been heavily propagandized by the absolute necessity to have the jab. This is a chemical of diminished efficacy. I have had the jab myself, January, early February, at the VA hospital, on the belief that this is actually a vaccine that gives us immunity from further infection. Boy, how wrong was I? What is completely left out of this discussion is that there are successful therapeutics that are forbidden in this country, yet practiced all over the world. These therapeutics cost mere pennies to administer in the early stages of COVID. Highly successful in these countries. Why don't we hear about these? The answer is simple. The pharmaceutical industry would be at a great loss because who the hell makes any money on a cure that may be under $1? Keep this in mind, please. Research it and act upon it. We don't have to have these jabs. We must avoid these draconian measures, which more and more look like a communist dictatorship in our country. For God's sake, don't let that happen to us. This is a free country. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Ann Patterson, Genoa Township. I am engaged and live with a frontline worker at U of M Hospital. We did not have the option of being scared during this. He has a special badge at the hospital, critical employee, which means he gets to go anywhere and everywhere in that hospital. We're very well informed of what's been going on, even since the beginning. He is in every part of that hospital. He hears and sees everything. I lost my niece in 2011 to her 12-month vaccines. It's on her autopsy. The best Christmas present that my sister-in-law got was those results. Isn't that sad? It was because she was then relieved that they weren't going to charge her for her daughter's death. So I've been very well versed in the VARs and the vaccine injury court for over 10 years. And there are lawsuits regarding the underreporting of the vaccine side effects. There's 2 lawsuits going on with that right now in regards to the COVID vaccine. There's also a lawsuit that was filed on the 31st of August by the Children's Health Defense, which RFK Jr., if you're familiar, he is not anti-vax at all. He is pro informed consent. You know, they're suing the FDA and Pfizer because it technically, what they're doing is bait and switch. You cannot legally have an approved FDA vaccine while extending the use of the emergency use only. That vaccine that's FDA approved is not even available here. I'm terrified for our children in our schools. I'm terrified for their mental health, as you heard a student speak. You know, missing 40+ days of school. I know A+ honor roll students that are failing, their mental health is failing. It's terrible what these kids have been through. This is their third school year affected by this. We're seeing kids with staph infections on their face. I cannot tolerate a mask. I have an inflammatory condition. If I wear a mask, I could go blind. And who has the right to force that on me? I can barely even get medical care because of that. And we're doing this to our children. You know, 8 hours a day. Do any of you want to wear a mask 8 hours a day? Do you want the health department dictating that? We have Macomb County and Livingston County. We are on everyone's radar right now. If you accept these funds, you're turning this all over to the state.
You have 15
Everyone's
seconds.
waiting. Everyone's eyes are on you to not take these funds. Macomb and Livingston are in the spotlight right now. Please do the right thing. Do not accept the funds.
You give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Kristen Soderberg, City of Howell. I am the proud parent of 2 beautiful Livingston County born babies. When we chose this county as our home 9 years ago, we did so in part because we felt we could trust all of you in our county to protect their rights. So when we look at the COVID funding, we see violation monitoring, mask mandates, vaccine clinics in schools. Why? Kids currently get 16 vaccines from the time that they're born till the time that they're 17 years old. None of these are in schools. Why this one? Last year, my son refused to go to school because he could not learn with the teachers wearing masks. His mental health suffered terribly. His young, tiny face wailing in pain because he missed school. This is when the mental health suffering of our children really hit me. Their mental health matters, and the adults should not be making them pay for it. In the last meeting, Mitch said we would put provisions in when we accept the money, but have we been told these provisions would be allowed? Because that sounds very unlike our federal government. Violation monitoring? I shouldn't even have to say more than that because that is such a violation of our rights. Please, commissioners, do not hand over the rights of our kids. Their mental health is sitting in your hands right now. Please say no to this money.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elisa Davis, and I am from the city of Brighton. I brought my PowerPoint, so bear with me. This all started, I am on a completely different trajectory here on what I'm going to talk about because of this. I have a daughter in high school, and she had some questions about what's going on here. So I was trying to explain everything. And that lady behind me is right. The reason the spotlight is all over Livingston and Macomb, from what I can hear, is we're the last 2 counties standing. So this is how I explained it to my daughter. Everything starts with an idea. So there's one person, right? One guy, he wants to make money. Let's call him Bob, just for the sake of anonymity. And Bob thinks, how can I make some money? So he calls up one of his buddies, who's a manufacturer. And they say, well, if I make this and you help me sell it, they're like, well, who do we sell it to? Here comes your 3-letter agencies. Say the health department. So this guy talks to Boardroom Bob. Boardroom Bob talks to the health department. And they're like, we got a good thing here. We can make a lot of money. So what happens? How do we get that to the people? So in comes the federal government. They're like, well, we can get the federal government to spread this, right? The feds go, well, we can't get it to the people. Let's talk to the state. Feds talked, so here's Bob, here's the manufacturer, here's your health department. Everybody's talking to the feds are talking to the state, still nothing's going to the people. So the state says, here's where you guys come in. Let's talk to the local government. They'll do it. They can do anything. Because the local government, what? We put you here. The people put you here. Us.
You have about 15 seconds.
And then when I looked at this, I'm like, what the heck? Flip it upside down. I'm done. And you add in God, flip it upside down. You add in God, you have the hierarchy of the Constitution. God, the people, the local government,
Your
the
time is up, I'm
state,
sorry.
and the feds.
That is not in the Constitution.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Bearfield. I am in Putnam Township. Thank you for hearing us out tonight. Once again, I am here to urge you to vote no on accepting the $1.5 million COVID grant. I understand those of you in favor of passing this grant are only willing to do so because you think you will have some control over how this money is used. Yes, contracts generally have assurances. I would like to clarify my concerns are not with the whereas or the resolved portion of Commissioner Zajak's resolution to this funding. I appreciate what Commissioner Zajac is trying to do with this resolution, and he and some of you may think this is a foolproof safeguard for the money. I do not believe that to be the case, and my concerns lie solely with how trustworthy I believe our health department to be, which is not very trustworthy at all. I know I have already sent along some emails with you, so this might be a reiteration, but I'm going to do it anyway. Simply because a contract is drawn up does not mean the health department will honor that contract. While our health department may not have operated as criminally as their counterparts in other counties, that does not make them trustworthy. That would be like saying, hey, this guy over here, he only steals petty cash from people, so I'm going to leave him alone with my wallet. But this guy over here, I'm not leaving him alone because he takes millions, so I don't trust him with my wallet. Regardless of how many or how few, oh wait, sorry, I lost my track. It doesn't matter, they're both criminals, and I wouldn't trust my money alone with either of them. So it doesn't matter how high or how low the crime is. Regardless of how many or how few rights the health department has violated, violating one human right is enough in my book to know that that person does not have my best interest in mind. Let me rewind you. They have been part of mandating masks, quarantine, testing, shutting down, and fining businesses, all of which are unconstitutional. They have proven time and time again that they are perfectly comfortable violating people's rights and ignoring the Constitution. People who hold zero regard for the Constitution, whether it be all of it or part of it, are also people, in my opinion, would be perfectly fine violating a contract signed with each of you. I understand that you are also concerned about money to allow them to pull from the general fund if you do not get them this 1.5 million. But you know what else costs lots of money? Lawsuits. Are you prepared to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on attorneys to fight them in court if they violate this contract? Or if and when they violate the contract, will you simply say, well, the county can't spend that kind of money to litigate this? We need to base our decisions on fully aware of who we are working with instead of with rose-colored glasses that they can now be trusted when for the last 18 months, they haven't been able to be trusted. And while all of this I'm saying might seem to some of you as very tinfoil hat wearing, I will wear the hat with a smile because in the past, it meant people that believed in conspiracy theories, but it's proving to be people that see the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. You give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Blondale. I'm in Heartland Township. Thank you, Wes. I'm here because this is several meetings in now that we all come in and we talk to the you commissioners about facts, and we're spitting out knowledge, and we're worried about our children. We're worried about our kids' future, everything that we're worried about. And, you know, in my business, when I'm trying to learn something, trying to make decisions. I take a lot of notes. I try to understand things before I make a decision. And there hasn't really been any questions asked. I know that a lot of us email you guys and say, hey, did you, read this, look at this. There's been no questions back other than from Mrs. or Mr. Nakagiri that I know of. I know some of you aren't as inclined to take this money. But the fact is that we shouldn't be arguing about this money any longer, because we, the people, are telling you all of these facts and they're true. We have been attacked by people saying that we're uneducated. We're not uneducated. We're very intelligent, and we've done a lot of research, which is why we can give you guys a lot of data. So I would encourage you to ask questions if you're not clear on the reason we don't want to take this money, because once you give that money to somebody, which again, let me backtrack really quick. They're testing with this PCR test that we've all given you guys data showing that this PCR test was not intended as a means to identify COVID, because you can't identify COVID. So we're still testing people with, we're spending money on these tests, but all we're going to do is give them more money for these fake tests. That doesn't make any sense. But I really encourage you guys to ask questions if you're not clear on why we don't want you to take the money. And I really encourage you not to take this money and weaponize our health department against we the people. Thank you very much.
Give us your name and township. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Sherry LaRue, Green Oak Township. To piggyback off of what others have said, I want to tell you that I have a friend, and she always says to me, Sherry, people need to be spoon-fed. You're not giving them enough detail. My gosh, I do not wipe nose and tie shoes, as I tell her. But because she's sitting on my shoulder and telling me they need to be spoon-fed, I will do that. The last time that I made comments to this board, I asked you to please put the health department back in their box, and I left it. Well, let me give you some details about what I meant about that and make sure that it's really, really clear. Because we've had commissioners say, well, we got to figure out how to fund the health department. And how we do that is we return them back to 2019 activities. We get them out of our schools. We get them off my cell phone. We get them off street corners with pop-up clinics. We stop the circus. And when you stop that behavior, the need for the money is gone. The 20 temporary and part-time employees that were hired under the original pile of grant money, there's no need for them anymore. They gotta go. They gotta go. So when you cut revenue, you gotta cut expenses. And what we, the people, are asking you to do is cut out those expenses. Stop letting the health department prop up spineless Board of Education members, terrorize and abuse children, and disregard parental authority. It just doesn't need to be funded. And I will tell you that I tried to look up the word integrity. Dictionaries these days, I need an old-fashioned paper dictionary because the internet, whoa, it's very subjective. But integrity is the adherence to moral and ethical principles, soundness of moral character, or honesty. Proverbs 10:9 says, he who walks with integrity walks securely, but he who perverts his ways will become known. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's somebody on the screen here that is being really derogatory to speakers. So if we're not able to stand and clap, They're not able to put idiot on their screen.
Just one moment. It's just-
Yeah, so could you please take care of the one on the screen?
The one right here in the middle. Get the
Get the
mic.
Can you cut her off?
Call everybody.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene in about 7:37. Thank you.
You don't like the truth.
to change their name to something offensive. If that happens, they're out. We do have the ability to remove people either in person or in Zoom for disruptive behavior. So if future things happen, this is the warning that we will, if you're on Zoom, we will boot you out as we would boot people out of the room. So with that being said, if you give us your name and township, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Rosemarnovich, and I'm from Hamburg Township. And I just wanted to start tonight with the infection survival rate. I don't know why, I can't comprehend why this does not sink into people's heads. From 0 to age 69, it's 99 point, well, I'll go with the lowest, 4-1, which is statistically 100% chance of survival. Again, I don't understand that that does not sink into people's heads and that we have disrupted our world over that statistic. Many people aren't aware of the VAERS website that talks about the deaths from the vaccine, the injuries. Here is the most recent, which you can see has got over 14,000 deaths, which we know from the study that Harvard Medical School did, that they were commissioned by the National Institute of Health to find out how accurate this website was, how people were contributing. They found that less than 1% of people report to it. Doctors and nurses, I have heard from people who are in the medical community, do not report to it because it's too much paperwork. So let's multiply this or add some zeros to it. So we're looking at 145,000 or 1.4 million deaths from this vaccine. Okay, that's scary. That's a scary number. So don't ever ask me why I'm not willing to take a vaccine that is still very, no long-term studies on it. Next, I wanted to talk about, I appreciate Commissioner Zajac, who did respond to my email. Some people have blocked me on their emails, which I don't appreciate. But he did respond about this money. And he said, if this were a money for freedom situation, I would be a no. This is a money for freedom situation. Prolonging this pandemic is prolonging our freedom from us being able to live free, act free. And so I would have to disagree that this is a very naive statement. And I just want to let you know that, you know, we realize that we elected you, and we elected you because we thought we could trust you. And we want to make sure that we can trust you. And if you've got an R behind your name or a D behind your name, I don't care. But we want to trust you with the freedoms that have been given to us by God, our Creator. Thank you.
Thank you. If you give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Kathleen Detling. I'm from Osceola Township. And Sue Reeder, I would like to, or at least say that my representative has not answered phone calls or emails. And I would certainly appreciate that if she would. And the thing I would like to talk about is the liability, that none of the manufacturers are liable for these products that they've made for us, and the government is forcing down on us. I have 4 children years ago. The first 2 I fully vaccinated. The second 2 I did not vaccinate at all because I did more research, and autism was on the rise, and the questions about the dangers of vaccines was in the air, and I did extensive research and decided not to vaccinate my second 2 children. And part of that research was that at that time, there were 4 companies manufacturing vaccines. By the time my children were being, or I was not vaccinating my second, there was only 1 company left in business still manufacturing vaccines. The other 3 had been sued out of business. And in 1976, the government passed a law that vaccine manufacturers would not be liable for any harm on their vaccines. And that is the reason why this experimental gene therapy is labeled as a vaccine, because then under the government, they're not liable for the injuries that this vaccine causes. So if that law were not in place now, with this number of injuries, would the companies, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, would they be in business now if they could be sued for the injuries that have resulted and the deaths that have resulted already from this vaccine? But they're being protected by the government. I wonder why we don't trust them. The other comment about vaccine companies that I discovered in my investigation is that the mercury They wanted mercury out, the parents, you know, they wanted mercury out of the vaccines because mercury is a very dangerous drug to have in your body. And so the drug company said we don't put mercury in. We don't put mercury in. So I saw testimony before Congress last year that where the mercury is still added to the vaccines is before it gets to the vaccine manufacturer. So it's added to one of the ingredients before it comes to the manufacturer.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
So the mercury is still there, but the manufacturer can say they didn't put it in. Thank you very much for your time.
She's mouthing cuss words and.
I would ask Hillary to go ahead and disconnect her. Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we will move to the Zoom. I will call on people that have their Zoom hand raised, or if you don't know how to raise the Zoom hand, just wave at us. But I'll start on page 1 with Lori Cowan, if she could be unmuted. And then Lori, if you would provide us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes. Hillary, can Lori unmute herself?
She has to select the box to unmute herself. She should have a message on her screen.
She's soft-spoken.
There. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. It wouldn't unmute. I apologize for the delay. I'm Lori Cowan from Unadilla Township. And although I am thankful that the Board of Commissioners is considering accepting the 1.5 million COVID funds for our health department, I'm not thankful that you're putting restrictions on the way the money is used. It's quite hypocritical of you. You cry out that you did not want to accept the funds due to the governmental overreach and strings attached. And now you're saying, yes, we'll accept the funds, but with strings attached. The restrictions you will be applying will be detrimental to this community and does not let our very competent and wonderful health department do their job in the way they think best. How many times must one repeat that wearing a mask is not a violation of your freedom, nor is it harmful? It is done to protect you and others around you, so we can find a way out of this horrific pandemic and save lives. Do you agree with no smoking in buildings? That was implemented in a similar fashion to protect the health of individuals inside from inhaling the harmful, cancerous fumes from nearby smokers. There are rules, there are laws that govern the public in every facet of our lives. Why must you make everything attached to COVID some kind of political pawn that will most definitely contribute to more sickness and death? And in addition, I'm asking you to not reinstate the resolution 2021-09149 at another time, and instead support Biden's new mandate for vaccination or testing. It is not unconstitutional or an overreach. Vaccine mandates exist now. Many hospitals require workers to be vaccinated for the flu. Schools for our children require vaccines to attend. It has only been put forth to help keep workers healthy and safe. And also, as a Livingston County resident, I object to you saying that Livingston County is an anti-mask county. You do not represent me or the many people I know that wholeheartedly support masks to prevent the spread of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Alice Andrews.
Hi, thank you. Although I'm going to speak about the resolution that you're going to discuss tonight,
If you could provide your township.
my township is Brighton Township. I do think that we should accept the money for the health department. But what I want to speak to tonight is the resolution that would declare Livingston County would not comply with the president's recent employer vaccination mandate. I urge the members of this commission, if it comes to a vote, to vote that down. There's a lot of talk about individual rights, and I agree. I have a right, as do my children and my grandchildren, and all the people I care about have the right to live in a healthy and as disease-free environment as possible. This nation has long protected the rights of citizens to be free of disease. The earliest vaccine mandate I could find is that of General George Washington, who mandated that all the colonial troops be vaccinated against smallpox in 1777. I'm 73 years old. In my lifetime, I remember well the fear of polio when I was a child, how everyone panicked in the summer, how we had to close down swimming pools and wading pools. When I remember iron lungs, and I still have friends and family who are suffering today from the effects of childhood polio. When Jonas Salk developed the vaccine, we were all so excited. I remember standing in line at my elementary school with my family to get vaccinated. We were able to reduce vaccine from 58,000 cases a year to 161 in 1962 when the sugar cube came around. And the last time there was a case of polio that originated in this country was in 1979. The reason for this miracle is because of childhood vaccine mandates. Everyone over the age of 50 has received smallpox vaccinations. My oldest son was vaccinated against smallpox, but my younger children never needed to be because vaccines had eradicated smallpox from the world. I was going to speak about the laws that we now don't smoke in public buildings. And I'm sure that many smokers thought that their rights were being violated, but the rights of people to breathe clean and toxin-free air.
You have about 15 seconds.
Right. So we have a safe and proven way to end or greatly diminish the effects of COVID. That's vaccines. If you value my rights and the rights of my loved ones, you will vote no on this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up will be Danielle Borton. If you would provide us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, yes, I'm Danielle Borton from Pinckney. Excuse me. I'm using this time to address everyone in attendance. I want to preface my thoughts with a call out to those speaking against vaccines and against these funds. Have you stopped to listen to what these funds are truly designated for? No one here should have to state this, but again, nobody is forcing you or your children to receive a vaccine without your consent, period. The vaccine is not on trial here, and neither is the health department. It is disturbing and baffling how you have turned this proceeding into an obscene circus. If you have an argument that truly and legitimately corresponds to this vote, please share. Otherwise, I ask that you be respectful and save your conspiracy theories and anti-government protests for your Facebook posts or your front porch posters. And please stop wasting everybody's time.
Are you?
I would also like to say that all of the Livingston County public needs you right now, commissioners. Whether they understand the urgent and dire situation or not, should not affect your job and the seriousness of the pandemic and how you vote today. It is imperative that you vote in favor of these funds. In just the past week, it has become personally evident that the health department desperately needs these funds. My son was exposed at school just last week. The county didn't even have the means to contact trace or follow up with our family regarding exposure. How are we to keep our families safe? How is the health department going to carry out the many demands and services that are required for its residents during this pandemic? I'm asking all of you to stop and think deeply about how you plan to contribute in assisting the health department if these funds are not accepted. My question again is, what alternative are you offering to take the place of these much needed funds? If you have none, I urge you to have the courage to vote yes and allow the health department to receive the help that we all
You
should
have
not
15 seconds.
and cannot go without. Again, I believe in all of you, and I know that you have the strength to vote yes and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morton. Next up will be Joellen Pisarcik. You provide your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Joellen Pisarcik, formerly Osceola Township. Who exactly is going to be your partner if you take this grant money? Well, it's the state and federal government, not Diane McCormick. Diane will be following the orders of the state government when she carries out the use of the grant money. The state and federal government, these are the people with such a high regard for the developmental, emotional, and physical well-being of our children that they mandate masks for kids at school all day, 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, pushing an experimental vaccine that's had no longitudinal studies, no interactive testing. And these are the same people who have such a high regard for the elderly people of Livingston County that they pushed COVID patients into our nursing homes, resulting in the death of more than 44 elderly people as of December 2021. These are the same people with such a high regard for kids that they are pushing Governor Whitmer's June 14th executive directive that forces schools and counselors to push gender blocking transition hormones for young girls with body dysmorphic social contagions, the same people and that cause long-term sterility. These are the same people with such a high regard for children that they want teachers to teach them that they are oppressors. Yes, it's in the governor's Michigan blueprint for COVID recovery and President Biden's guidelines under the Abolitionist Teaching Network guidelines. These are the same people who have such a high regard for life in the womb that they will do almost anything, including supporting killing babies in late-term abortions up to the time of birth. These are the people with such a high regard for life, children, emotionally disturbed people, the elderly, that they want to make sure that you have plenty of money to vaccinate our children with an experimental vaccine. This is not the people you trust with our taxpayer money. And by the way, the vaccines that we are talking about today have not gone through the rigorous testing of polio and other vaccines. And no one is preventing anyone from getting a vaccine who wants it. We currently have children are 99+% unlikely to get sick, hospitalized, or die from this virus. 85% of adults over 60 in Livingston County are already vaccinated. Many others have natural immunity, and there are 50 to 60 locations where you can get a free vaccine. The whole thing is ridiculous. This is about you taking money and being coerced to coerce parents into taking $917,000 worth of vaccines.
You have 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Next up will be Elizabeth Hopman. When you're unmuted, if you give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Many lives depend on these funds. So many support levels that they don't
Could
even
you
know.
provide us your township, please?
I'm sorry?
Your location. Before you start, we ask that you give your name and township that you live in.
I'm sorry.
Could you provide your township that you're located in?
Yes, Elizabeth Houtman. I live in Hamburg Township, Pinckney Schools. Many
ahead.
lives depend on these funds. So many support levels. People I know will lose jobs and promotions. They love what they do and they really care about strangers. I ask my community, these commissioners, to care and love thy neighbor and care for the sick. I was raised Catholic. My parents voted for Trump, but they got vaccinated. My son has asthma, and they even said, we got vaccinated. Trump got it. So many of my Fox News groups and guys, point is, my family, they realize it's about family and community to protect others, no matter what political differences we have. These folks don't understand how important this service will be when their loved ones get sick or even die. People who studied hard and earned degrees are being challenged by Google conspiracy detectives. It's just unreal sometimes. Please care about these provisions. Please approve the money. Please listen to these advisories. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up would be Ms. Judy Daubenmeier. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Judy Daubenmeier, and I live in Genoa Township. I am here tonight to ask you to defeat the resolution that would defy OSHA rules that are designed to keep workers safe and to bring an end to this pandemic. If you won't do this for your employees and for the common good, I suggest that you should do it for yourselves. Some of you, I know, enjoy the spectacle that these meetings have become every 2 weeks, where you are in the spotlight and the limelight for hours at a time. But I bet most of you don't. And this is not what you thought you were signing up for. If you want the spectacle to end so that you can get some time in your evenings back, you have to end it yourselves by voting against this resolution and then sticking together against similar COVID nonsense in the future. Your colleagues will get tired of losing and will get the message. You can take comfort in the fact that most people in Livingston County support vaccines. We are one of the most highly vaccinated counties in the state of Michigan, not as high as Washtenaw, but as of June, the proportion of adults vaccinated in Livingston County put us 18th out of 83 counties. Many areas of your districts are highly vaccinated. Parts of Brighton Township, Genoa, Marion, and Heartland Townships are 65 to 80% vaccinated among the adults. All of Hamburg, Green Oak, and Tyrone Townships are 50 to 65% vaccinated. The people in the tinfoil hats are in the minority, not the majority. The people who are vaccinated in these townships, they're not all Democrats. I know all too well, Brighton Township is not 65 to 80% Democratic. Those are many Republicans who voted for you. They want this pandemic to end. That's why they got vaccinated. They want to have their freedom back to go out to dinner, to shop, and so forth. They want you to end this pandemic, not prolong it. If you won't vote against the resolution to do what's right for them, you should do it because it's right for you politically, because they will remember that you voted to prolong the pandemic and steal their freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Susan Cobb. Susan, once you're unmuted, if you provide your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
This is Dean Cobb. I'm Susan Cobb's husband. And while I know I can't address Mr. Sajek, I'm from Heartland Township. And while I can't address Mr. Sajak, I understand that. I certainly can address your proposal or your resolution where you said Livingston County is an anti-mandate county. No, sir, we are not. There are many of us who are trying to save lives, not save our political party. Stop using your position to spread your politically infused sputum and assume that everybody agrees. And Mr. Nakagiri, you are my representative. And since Mr. Sajak apparently doesn't know his constituents, how about a Heartland Town Hall? You presiding to hear all voices. I'll be happy to help organize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Mike's iPad. Mike, if you would provide your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is Mike Miller from Conway Township. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad you can hear me. I know that all of you commissioners were elected because of your various friendships and endeavors in political maneuvering. And none of you are health experts, which is why you hire the employees at the health department. I think you ought to accept the money that's been offered and allocate it to the health department and let them do the job for which they've been educated to do, which is to protect us from all of the people that were speaking earlier in person and applauding each other, all their conspiracy theories, their intellectual endeavors into finding different reasons to talk about the vaccine and why it's bad for children, why it's bad for adults. They haven't come up with anything that impressed me. It's kind of like when I first met Mr. Nagagiri. Actually, we weren't introduced. I came to one of your Tea Party meetings, and I was so impressed that before I vomited, I had to leave. I haven't been much more impressed with you in anything that I've read about you since. But I do know you're not a health expert. I want you to get off. I saw you were out there with the people in the anti-mask parade the other day, you and two of the Republican representatives from our county. I'm real proud of all of you. I'm proud that you're out there slurping up some sort of support for your alleged leader, Mr. Trump, who doesn't know that he got beat. And half of the people on the board there won't admit that Biden is the president. I got news for you. Trump lost. And so did General Lee, who he was promoting the other day, who he wished could have gone to Afghanistan. He forgot that General Lee got his ass kicked by Grant. And we don't need Trump. We don't need you guys trying to run the health department. So accept the money and let those people do their job. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next up will be Christine Clinton Calley. If when you're unmuted, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christine Clinton Calley, and I'm from Green Oak Township. And I want you to support Biden's mandates for vaccinations and for masks. What this boils down to, for me, is one group of individuals wanting to refuse to follow health recommendations and mandates at the expense of another group of individuals. Who's the majority? Who knows? And does it really matter? With freedom comes responsibility. Children's going to school without masks takes away from the freedom of families to safely send their children to school. Does the mild discomfort of a mask outweigh the health of other community members? Why does the freedom of one group to do something that does not negatively impact them outweigh those that are negatively impacting their actions? When did the freedom from wearing a mask become more important than my freedom to safely move around my community? Those advocating for no mask mandates want to have their way with no consideration of the impact of their demands on the freedom of others. There is no constitutional right to be free from masks, but there is a constitutional right for safety. If you want to get rid of the ability to have mask mandates, then let's get rid of a whole lot of other health-related mandates. Let's get rid of speed limits, seat belts, child restraints, selling expired food, dumping of hazardous waste, drunk driving. So we think that mandates are fine, but wearing a mask is not. Are the unvaccinated and the maskless going to pay for the health care of the children they infect? Or do they just want to be able to do what they want without taking care of the consequences of their action? We have wonderful freedoms, but wearing masks is not part of our freedoms. Our constitutional freedoms have to do with owning property, to be able to have children, to be able to vote, to be able to speak without suppression, to have a fair trial, not about masks. Talking about masks is really diminishing our Constitution and our American way of life. This is nonsense. What we don't have is the freedom to jeopardize the health and safety of others. Maybe you could spend your time on real issues like homelessness, poverty, teen pregnancy, the opioid crisis, even traffic would be a welcome diversion. Leadership is rooted not in power and authority, but in service and wisdom. I hope that you take your responsibility as a community leader seriously and act in the spirit of service and wisdom. Vote no on these resolutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Next up will be Patricia. When you're unmuted, if you would give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Sorry. My name is Patricia Luzishenkoff. I am from Green Oak Township. I am asking the board to vote in favor of the 1.5 million, in addition to voting against the resolution. Sorry. I think that it's important to think about the context of everything we're doing. I understand the concerns of government overreach. I understand wanting children to be comfortable and happy and have a good life. And I think that's where both sides can agree in regard to their children. I think what is important also, though, to know is that a lot of the facts in quotations that were shared tonight by some voting against the $1.5 million are just not rooted in truth. And in addition, I think that we've over politicized an issue that is truly a health concern and a public health concern. I think what we should be thinking more about is what's been proven, what's been shown in the actual research. When you hear about autism and vaccines, that was debunked decades ago. It's been shown that that was actually made up by the person who created it in the first place. And if you look at the research on masks, while newer research on COVID-19 show variable results, masks in regards to other diseases have demonstrated over numerous decades the usefulness and helpfulness of those things. When it comes to the $1.5 million, it is really about helping to prepare the health department for what they're already dealing with and what they're overwhelmed with already. This is not about forcing people to get vaccines. That vaccine mandate, absolutely different thing. I personally support it. But in regards to the 1.5 million, it's about spreading education. It's about being able to employ people who have been trained in this and able to help during this. It is about spreading education to people who don't know enough about the vaccine, which honestly could have been used well tonight. I think that you should support the 1.5 million. I think that you should be supporting the health of families. And I ask that the commission really think beyond the politics and more about the future of our health of our children and ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, when you're unmuted, Janet Jazanek.
Good. Yeah.
If you give us your location or your township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, Janet Jasanak, City of Brighton. I'm going to start with a quote from J.R.R. Tolkien. I've been keeping this on my refrigerator since COVID started. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. So if the board cares about my health and that of my loved ones, you will accept the funds for the health department If you care about the health of all the workers in this county, you will defeat the resolution to not comply with OSHA resolutions. I have no problems with OSHA. I have no problems with the health department. These entities have been keeping me safe and my coworkers safe for years. I am so glad sometimes when I'm maybe handling dangerous chemicals at work and there's OSHA regulation that says you have to have you have to give your employers or employees the proper PPE. These recommendations and mandates are constitutional and not authoritarian, as people have shown tonight. Look up Jacobson versus Massachusetts from 1905 that gives a community the right to protect itself against an epidemic of disease which threatens the safety of its members. I also have been a teacher. I worked with scouts. Kids are resilient. They can deal with the masks. We just have to give them the courage to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Michelle. Michelle, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes. Oh, go.
Michelle Weipert Winter, Hamburg Township. Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was deeply disappointed when I heard on the Ann Arbor radio station 107.1 that a Livingston County commissioner was proposing to block the US President, Joseph Biden, recent proposals because his mandate violates the commissioner's constitutional rights. My response to this, Commissioner, is that I am a taxpayer in Livingston County, and I, along with many others in the county, do not agree with your opinion. And I state that it is not a violation of constitutional law nor a violation of a U.S. citizen's right for a president or any others to protect the country against an uncontrollable pandemic and deadly virus. We must eradicate this virus, and we can if we just mask up and get vaccinated, if we are not medically compromised in doing so. This is not a matter of politics. Grow up, Commissioner, and protect our county and children and our future. And hopefully, God willing, you and the others do the right thing. We will remember how you vote tonight, and we will remember that at the next election. If necessary, we will turn this county blue, not green. Go blue, save a life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Sabrina, say Mertez. See if I got that right. If you give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi guys, Sabrina Mertes, Brighton Township. Thanks for letting us speak tonight. I appreciate you guys being so patient, listening to all the call of the publics. Excuse me. I am a little taken back on how many comments there are on here tonight about talking about people wearing tinfoil hats and conspiracy theories just for being concerned about a topic that isn't adding up. I'm a little concerned because the next time I go grocery shopping at the store, I might be labeled a conspiracy theorist and get told to put on my tinfoil hat for buying organic food. If this was so good, this would not be such a controversial topic tonight. You can take this money, but as we all know, the old saying goes, nothing is for free. There is going to be strings attached to it. I hear a ton of people on here making references to COVID and the vaccine and referring it to polio or not smoking in public. But the thing is, polio affected millions of kids. COVID is not. Great that the government outlawed smoking in public. However, now they want to shove carcinogenic swabs up our noses once a week for refusing to get a vaccine. Also, with this money, I mean, the majority of it is going towards vaccines. You can get a vaccine wherever you want if you want to do so. But the fear that the unvaccinated are the ones that are going to be keeping this pandemic going, we all know that's not true. The CDC and the NHI both have admitted in recent days that this vaccine does nothing to prevent you from getting COVID or to stop you transmitting COVID. So all these people saying that we're going to eradicate this disease by vaccines and masks, we all know that that's not true. No matter how much everybody wants that to be true, it is not true. So that's it. I want to say, please just do your research. What strings are going to be attached to this? So they might not put any restrictions on it now, or the health department might say, hey, we're not going to do this with the money. But what's to say 2 or 3 weeks down the road that they're not? We don't want this. We don't need this. Everybody can get their vaccine for free. Everybody can get rides. Everybody can get educated wherever they want to get educated. And I guess that's all I have to say. Just use some common sense when you're doing this, because again, despite what everybody wants to say about the government, not everything that they say is true, and there's always strings attached to everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Patricia Murphy. Ms. Murphy, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I had to unmute myself. My name is Patricia Murphy. I'm from Osceola Township. I've worked in the county for a number of years and been a resident for a long time. I want to remind the commissioners, this is not a political issue, although people have made it so. It is not a violation of our constitutional rights. It is a health and science crisis. Livingston is not an anti-mask, anti-vax community. You can tell that by the many people who have been vaccinated in this county. The majority of our county have been vaccinated. There's been a lot of misinformation presented tonight. The fact is that this virus, COVID-19, is mutating. There are many variants, variations of this virus coming about. We need to at least try to contain it and control it. That's all the masks and vaccines do. They don't eliminate it. We know that. These funds need to be accepted by you. They are critical to our county and critical to the functioning of the Livingston County Health Department, which really has done a great job. Those women have worked 7 days a week during this crisis to try and help people and answer calls and answer questions and coordinate. We need those funds to continue because this virus has not gone away. It continues to be a worldwide crisis. We cannot ignore it. So please accept these funds. It is the health of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Justin Braska. If you give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Justin Braska, Fowlerville, Michigan, and Handy Township. I think the first thing I want to clarify that a lot of people that want to vote yes for these funds don't understand is we're still going to have the money to pay for all the things that these things are needed for. The money's still there in the general fund. I like to think of that as a way to hold them accountable that now they need to come ask for this money. Okay, you said you still needed it 2021. You use the money, boom, once you get to 2022, what's the reason that you still need it? And who's to say again that this offer is not going to be on the table? This is the second time we've had, money like this kind of come our way. So I wanted to throw that out there right off the bat to make sure all the people that really want the yes, we're still going to have money. It's not like the people that are already hired are going to go away. They're still going to be there working. They're still going to be getting their job done. It's just going to come out of the general fund. Yes, there are things that we do need to have, a certain amount of dollar amounts for, but again, keeping it in the general fund is the best way to do that. Make them use that money so we, the people, can then hold them accountable when they come to the general fund to use that money. Mitch, I appreciate you coming out and Wes to the rally. Mitch, you came out at the end to meet with a couple of us so we could have some discussions. So you saw our rally. You saw people will hold these people accountable. And I kind of think of that along the same lines you're thinking, is if we take these funds, we can put in safeguards. Well, you've got safeguards. You've got people here that got your back. I fully support you coming out saying that President Biden's order is unconstitutional. I agree. I don't think he should be doing that, pushing OSHA and trying to mandate either getting the vaccine or weekly testing, which, by the way, my sister's company, she works for a medical company in Wisconsin, told her today that they don't even have to be offered the chance to have you tested. So it's the employer's choice, is what she was told in a meeting today. I haven't been able to verify that. So that to me is something that's alarming. If the employer can say you can't get tested, you have to get the vaccine, that's a problem. All right. I've listened to the whole meeting. I want to go back to the war veteran admitting he was duped into getting it. We all have no better pride and more respect for anybody than war veterans. That's definitely somebody we need to listen to. He had a great point about propaganda. You can't even go to Speedway and pump your gas. Get the vaccine, you'll save lives. It's great. That's fine. People that need it, people that have, low immune systems or complications, they need to get it. That's fine. The propaganda does need to go away. I agree with the war veteran. We also had someone with a significant other that had full access to hospitals, has a niece that's died of vaccines. These are the people that we need to be listening to and really taking their opinion into consideration. And then lastly, I just wanted to say, again, going back to the money is already spent for this year. So again, this 1.5 million is just money for next year.
Seconds.
Appreciate it. Money for next year that, again, they can just get from the fund balance. So let's make them take that money from the fund balance, tell us why they need it, why they need stuff going, and then the people can come and hold them accountable. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Next up will be Sheila Linhart. If you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sheila Linhart, Sheila Linhart, and I am a resident of Hamburg Township, and I have been a Livingston County resident for 35 years. I would like to respond to Mr. Zajak's resolution regarding President Biden's vaccine mandate. He says it's to preserve freedoms. I have to ask how it preserves freedoms. On Saturday, I went to a grief group for spouses. A third of the people at that grief group were grieving a spouse who died from COVID. So when you talk about survival rates, that's not a very good survival rate. Children are quarantining all over Livingston County right now because they have been exposed to COVID in their classrooms, whether it's come from another student or an aide or a teacher. They're missing the dynamics of their classroom experience because they have to Zoom every day for 5 days because someone had COVID. I was a teacher for 25 years. Being in the classroom is of the utmost importance for kids. Or there are students who have opted to do remote learning in those districts that are providing it because they live with a compromised individual, and they too are missing the freedom of learning in a classroom with the dynamics of their peers. Businesses are closing. Favorite restaurants like Bon Gusto and the Wooden Spoon are closing because people will not come to eat there because of COVID, because we have so many unvaccinated people in our county. These are not freedoms. When businesses are closing, people are dying that you love, and children cannot go to school because they have to quarantine. We in Livingston County are classified as a high-risk county by the CDC, saying that everyone, even vaccinated people, need to wear masks because we don't have enough vaccinated people to reach herd immunity. We're an island. All the counties around us have mandated masks in schools. for Mr. Zajac to say that we're an anti-mask and anti-vaccine county does not represent me or anyone that I know. We need to protect our most vulnerable population. And at this time, it is children under the age of 12 who cannot get vaccinated. And by not requiring masks in schools, and
You have
by
15
not
seconds.
following the president's mandate, we are putting them at risk. Freedom does not include harming others. I can't go to a movie theater and shout fire. It's for the common good for us to get vaccinated. And
Your
the last-
time's up, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next up will be Shelley Spakoff. If you provide your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes. Did Shelley leave? Looks like it. We'll go to Holly Austin. Holly, if you would give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me? It says you didn't allow me to unmute.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, my name is Holly Austin. I'm actually in the healthcare field. I'm a doctorate of nursing practice, a professor of nursing at a local community college. I live in Heartland Township and have 2 boys that go to Heartland Consolidated Schools. The reason why I'm here to speak today is I want to implore you not to accept the money that ties our hands within our county according to the state regulations and guidelines. Livingston County Health Department has not been doing what's in the best interest of my children at Heartland Consolidated Schools, nor any child. The woman that just spoke said that our children are the most vulnerable. Our children are the least vulnerable and have the least mortality and morbidity associated with COVID-19. As a healthcare professional, I do know that the masks that you are wearing do not work. Your cloth mask doesn't work. Your Costco mask doesn't work. None of them work. Because if they did, I would not be walking into the hospital rooms at the hospital with a surgical mask, an N95 mask, a face shield, and full PPE from head to toe with a patient that does not have COVID. So please quit grandstanding with the fact that the masks work, because they do not. Actually, I have here a study that shows there are no randomized controlled studies right now that show masks work for the spread of COVID-19. The particles are too small. We must manage this a different way. And the last way we should be managing this is by further strangling our children in the education system. My children were quarantined 7 times. None of the children should be quarantined, because this is not a disease of children. This is a disease of elderly and people that have pre-existing comorbidities such as obesity, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and clotting disorders. So if you have those risk factors, absolutely you should get vaccinated. But for children, they should not get vaccinated. As a matter of fact, a new study came out yesterday, and I will forward this to all of your emails, showing that teenage boys actually have 6 times higher risk of getting myocarditis than they do of getting COVID-19. Yet you want to pressure this on our teenage male population. In addition, the spike proteins from these COVID vaccines do travel within our body and do not stay where they're supposed to stay. And so we will see other factors come down the line. These are emergency use only authorization. We do not have Comirnaty or whatever Pfizer has chosen to be FDA approved. There's not a single dose available to anybody right now. Nobody. So I implore you not to accept the money, and I implore you to start freeing our children to be able to learn in
You
the
have 15
classroom
seconds.
without discrimination. There is discrimination between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. I am absolutely blown away that this is how we've chosen to do this. And by the way, vaccinated people, as of right now, we have 14,115 patients with COVID-19 vaccine breakthrough infections who were hospitalized or died in the
Your
United
time
States.
is up, I'm sorry. Next up will be Patricia Lorandis. Please provide your name and township. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Patricia Larondos. I don't know if you can see me. I seem to have, I clicked on the button to camera, but I'm not seeing myself. Anyway, my name is Patricia Larondos. I live in Hamburg Township, and I am attending this meeting today to listen to what people have to say and also to express my support for accepting these funds and my support for rejecting Commissioner Zajac, I hope I said that right, resolution that is under consideration. We have hired a health department. I know the health department believes that they can use these funds, for our protection, and want these funds. If we don't think they're doing a good job of using the funds, we in the county have the ability to monitor them or abolish them. But if we're going to have a health department and bother to hire experts, I think we should do as they request. I believe in oversight. I'm not a blind follower. I believe in skepticism, and I would like oversight of all the departments in the county, health department included. But this is what they're asking. They want these funds, so I think that we should accept them and utilize them. If you don't think you should accept their advice, why not save us taxpayers a lot of money and just get rid of them, get rid of school nurses, just forget about medical expertise. I do know one business is doing very, very well in the county, and that is our funeral homes. I live around the corner from one. I have never seen their signs filled up. I've seen it filled up many times over the course of the past 2 years. Could be a coincidence or not. Thank you for your time, and please stay healthy.
Thank you. Next up will be Jeremy B. Jeremy, if you could give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Jeremy Borton. I live in Pinckney. So I could spot off a lot of information, but what it boils down to is this: you guys, when you get a flat tire, you go to a tire guy. When your computer breaks, you call your IT guy. When your phone breaks, you call your phone guy. So when you need to rely on somebody to keep your community healthy, wouldn't you go to your health department? So I really think you guys should consider taking the funds. Again, just spouting facts. For the month of August, there's a statistic here locally for our local hospital, part of their whole organization. 84.5% of their COVID patients unvaccinated. 84% of the people that went to that hospital to get treated for COVID didn't get vaccinated. 15%, they were vaccinated. So that tells me vaccines work. I'm just pointing that out. And then, yes, please stay healthy, make the right decision. Trust the people, the medical professionals that are reaching out to you and saying, we need this money. Trust the health department. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Danielle. Danielle, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Danielle Anjo, and I live in Brighton Township. And let me tell you, I think Judy Daubenmeier said it best when she said that there's been a high vax rate here in Livingston County. So if that is truly the case, I'm not really sure why we would need $900,000 in vaccines, because it appears that the people that already wanted them and needed them have gotten them. If there ends up being more boosters and things like that, I don't really know that many people that go to the health department to get their vaccines. Typically, they go to their doctor's offices, they go to urgent cares, they go to CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Meijer, There's all sorts of places that house these vaccines. So I guess I just don't understand where people are kind of freaking out about it being dire that we use $900,000 to get more. Also, as far as the tracking and tracing, we are doing this based on presumed cases. And it's been identified already by the CDC that the PCR test, they might want to call it faulty, but really it's just not meant to do that type of a job. PCR test was never designed to be a diagnostic type of a test. So I don't know how we can come up with cases based on tests that don't even give you an accurate picture of what's happening, especially when you look at the antigen test as well. I mean, they have upwards of a 50% false positive rate. But you're basing cases on these rates that are faulty and then acting like we are in a state of emergency when we really don't truly even know the correct numbers. So again, I don't really see how you can say that we would need that type of funding. Another point that was brought up is that we have some homebound residents in Livingston County, and I understand and believe that they should be taken care of. I believe that if they want a certain type of service, they should have it. I don't believe that justifies $1.5 million. We definitely do have a general fund like Justin had mentioned. And if we need to take care of those people and offer them different services that they can't make it out and get them themselves, we should absolutely take care of those people and get them what they need. And the other thing was with, Commissioner Zajac putting out that he will not follow Biden's
You have 15
new
seconds.
order, then I also agree with that. I don't know if it holds much weight, but I appreciate that. And I do agree with that. He's running around like a dictator, putting out all kinds of mandates left and right. He told his cabinet all he needs to run the country is his pen. It's on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Stacy Crapel.
Hi, I'm Stacy. I am from Brighton Township. I'm a nurse as well. The last speaker actually spoke of what I was going to speak about. Many of the speakers have talked about the vaccine rates in Livingston County being high. So I don't see why we need this money. Clearly, the people who have gotten the vaccine got it who wanted it. We don't need them to be in our schools, pushing it on our kids, trying to coerce them when the parents are not there. And as far as masks, we have been in this pandemic for I don't know how long now, 18, 20 months, I have no idea. We have been masked, we have quarantined, we have contract traced. It doesn't work, okay? We need a new plan. None of this is working. We don't need this money to facilitate something that does not work. The poor kids at school, okay, student test positive. Okay, great. And then how many of our kids are sent home to quarantine? And the majority of them never get sick. They're just sitting home for no reason, missing school. I mean, we just need to get rid of this whole program of the contract tracing, the testing. It's just not working. And I mean, then our goalpost keeps moving. At first it was just, we're going to do it for 2 weeks. And then we're just going to, well, when cases get below X percentage, okay, well, we met that. Well, then a vaccine comes and now everyone and their mother is being forced to be vaccinated, potentially, whether they want it or not. Okay. And then the boosters are going to come. The madness truly needs to stop. And we can start here in Livingston County with keeping this money out. You guys saw on Monday, I think it was the last meeting, some of the health department letters that have been sent to the kids with that threatening, maybe getting CPS-like agencies involved if you don't follow the rules. this is what will happen if we take this money. Essentially, that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Next up will be Rachel Kruffman Castellan. Oh, looks like she is no longer with us. We'll move on to Shelley Spakoff. We'll try Shelley again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I'm sorry I had technical issues before. I'm so glad that we had an actual, nursing instructor on here to talk about the real medical science, because I'm also a medical expert, and I want to talk about the health department. The health department is not staffed with industrial hygienists who know that this virus is spread through aerosols, not sputum or droplets. We have industrial hygienists like Tammy Clark and Megan Kelly who have been speaking out all over the state, and they're speaking within their own field of study. They talk about the ineffectiveness of masks. Please listen to the real experts. I think some of these medical doctors may not have learned about infection control or about aerosol production, because what they're pushing out there is just nothing but a bunch of lies. Many of us healthcare workers that have been taught in college, we've already learned about the masks. We learned about proper donning and doffing, washing your hands before you put them on, that you can't wear the mask for longer than 60 minutes. If they become damp or soiled, they need to be replaced. We know that these masks are not effective for aerosolization against viruses. They're to protect us from flying debris and blood splatter and saliva smacking us in the face. These medical grade masks, they don't, like, the kids are not wearing medical grade masks anyways. They're wearing these things they're getting from Costco. They're wearing gaiters, and no, there's not research that's being done on all of these different fabrics and materials that these cloth masks and homemade masks are being made out of. And yes, we are being forced to take the jab. So people that are saying that we're not being forced, we absolutely are being forced. Because if you're a medical employee at the University of Michigan or any other big medical system, you are being forced to take the jab or lose your job. If you are a veteran, you cannot receive benefits from the VA without getting the jab. If you are an employer that has over 100 employees, you have to have them be jabbed or you're going to lose your licensing. I already have friends who have their own businesses that are getting calls from LARA, our licensing agencies, wanting to know how many employees they have so that they can force the jab. Please vote no on this and vote. And for those of you that are worried about being homebound, just like Danielle said, the Let's bus will come and get these people and take them in for their vaccinations. And several others before me have talked about how many vaccine places we have available at our disposal for people to go and get vaccinated if they so wish to do that. And I would just like to end with a quote, or actually a verse from the Bible. It's from Matthew 18. Whosoever there shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatness in the kingdom of heaven. And who shall receive one such child in my name receiveth me. But whoever shall offend one of these little ones which believes in me, it would be better for him that a millstone were hung about his neck and that he were to be drowned in the depth of the sea. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Next up is Jessica Hamlin. Jessica, if you give us your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jessica Hamlin, Osceola Township. First, I would like to start off with, please, all the Commissioners, please vote yes to the non-compliance resolution that Commissioner Zajac brought forward. And just go ahead and archive that Ingham County resolution. That's not needed here. I do want to make a correction that has been stated several times tonight. Commissioner Zajac did not mention anti-mask or anti-vax county. Commissioner Zajac said that we are an anti-mandate county. Very big difference. We just celebrated in remembrance of 9/11 on Saturday, and I hope everybody took a moment of silence on that day for the tragedies that our country faced. I would like to just take just a quick moment of silence on what we've seen from the days to come from 20 years ago after 9/11, 9/12, 9/13, and for several months and years. We had unity in our country, And I would just like to take a moment to remember that for a moment. Thank you for joining with me in that. I hope that we can find solidarity again. One thing that was mentioned is that God is not welcome here. I want to also touch on that. We are in this mess because we have removed God from everything. We have removed him from our government, from our schools, from our households, and from many from their hearts. We absolutely need to bring him back. We need to welcome him back. Could I get an amen? It is just very sad to hear some of the things that have come out of tonight. And we are all in this for the better being. People want to say that it's a simple task to mask up. It's this and it's that, but they don't listen to the other side. We have done all of the mitigations that was asked of us. We did it up until we could no longer do it because it did not work for us, for our reasons. You cannot demand somebody to do something because it is your opinion of it. And that is what I keep hearing.
You have 15 seconds.
Mask these kids up and do this and do that. No, we are not a mandated company or county, and we will not be. I don't know about some of you, but I already burned my mask. It's not coming back. So thank you very much.
Next up is Jennifer. Jennifer, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, full name is Jennifer Burnside. I live in Howell Township. Commissioners, good evening. Glad to see that you are all in attendance this week. Mr. Drick, especially my commissioner, I'm glad to see that you are awake tonight because there's many important things that are going, because I did see that you did fall asleep in the last meeting. So glad to see you awake and attentive. Fact of the matter is that this funding is important to our community. We need a health department. They do so many other things than COVID. We cannot eliminate a health department from Livingston County. You know, I can't help but think, what has changed in the last 3 months for you commissioners? Many of you just 3 months ago were sitting in those very seats advocating for vaccines when we couldn't get our fair share. Just a few weeks ago, you spoke to Congresswoman Slotkin, and you asked her, what did you do for Livingston County to make sure that we got our fair share of vaccines? What has changed in the last 3 months? Is it just the loud group that's spewing misinformation all over our community? These meetings have become less about Livingston County and more about a political megaphone to say their opinion. I'm over it. Stop listening to the loud minority in this community. Look past the empty threats and do what you were elected to do. Stop listening to misinformation. The bottom lines are that masks work when everyone is wearing them. Please help us keep our children in school and safe. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Next up will be Julia Barker. Ms. Barker, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Julia Barker and I live in Howell Township. I would like to say that, first of all, I appreciate Mitch Zadek for coming out and participating in discussion with those of us who oppose the motion to accept funds for the health department. Sorry, I'm just super tired coming from the school board meeting in Howell. So, that's very much so appreciated. However, there's just been so many common sense comments here. You look around, you say, you want to say masks work when they're on everybody? Well, that's what we did last year. Is that what the waves show? Last year, did you see It just total decline and all these hospitalizations and deaths that you're so concerned about. This is something that worked, but then you look back and it didn't work. The vaccinations are not working. Someone wants to say, oh, in our area, 80% of these people in hospitals, they're unvaccinated. Okay, is that for one specific hospital? Because I talked to different nurses at different hospitals. I've talked to nurses from other places in the country. And yeah, it can vary because things are cyclical. Y'all remember that episode of the Brady Bunch where they were discussing measles and it was a laughing matter? Do you guys remember chickenpox parties? Can we get back to some normalcy here where we're not so terrified of the inevitable that we can use some common sense? You want to get vaccinated? Do it. Please. I'd love to know that my neighbor gets to go to sleep well, sleep easy tonight. But the truth is, does not prevent you from getting it. It doesn't prevent you from spreading it. At Howell, we have an alternative quarantine where those who've been a close contact are not forced to quarantine if they're vaccinated, when we know you still catch it, you still spread it. They're sending people vaccinated to school who are close contacts without so much as a mask. Well, masks work. Why would we not ask someone who's been a close contact to wear a mask when we know the truth about vaccines is that they're not
You have 15
preventing
seconds.
what they said that they were going to do? We do not need people going door to door from the health department. We do not need to accept hundreds of thousands of dollars to push vaccines on children that have not been studied enough. These are our children. You want to make an adult decision? That's for you. We do not need to be encouraging children to get a experimental
Sorry, your
vaccine
time is
so
up.
that they
Thank you. Next up will be Elena. I think her last name might be Anderson.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Alina from Osceola Township. Thank you for your time this evening. I also wanted to say, please vote yes on Mitch's new resolution to not comply with President Biden's unconstitutional mandate. The government is here to protect our freedoms, not our health. We don't need another mandate. We don't need the health department. We don't need our president telling us what we can and can't do with our body. We have lots of incidences in our county right now where unvaccinated are being pitted against the vaccinated, or I'm sorry, the vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Allowing this money to our health department is just going to cause more and more separation of our county. Our county, we are a county that people are flocking to. People want to move here. People are coming to Livingston County because it is the county of the free. Those of you who have made comments that every county around us is issuing mask mandates, please move there. School of choice. Move your child to that county. But guess what? I know you won't. We have students that are being driven into our county so that they can attend our schools. I have 4 children that were currently, or I should not say currently, were in the public schools up until last year. I pulled all my children and I am homeschooling them. I will not return them to the public schools in the greatest nation of the United States of America until we are given back our parental rights to raise our children the way we see fit. Children that are going to our public schools right now that, yes, they aren't masked. Great job, Livingston County. But we are quarantining healthy students. They are healthy students and they are being asked to quarantine when it is not at all enforceable. Our Livingston County Health Department does not have a public health order. Again, I urge all of you parents who are having to quarantine your children, it is not enforceable. Livingston County Health Department cannot enforce quarantines on your children. I FOIA'd the health department this past spring. There is no public health order. So until they have a public health order to quarantine our children, to mask our children, none of these mandates are enforceable. I've spoken to Sheriff Murphy about it as well. So I urge all of you parents to stand up for the rights of what you believe your child should be doing. Don't allow the superintendents, the county health department, our government to tell you what you should do with your child. You are the parent, you know them best. Those of you who have spoken about COVID tonight, again, do your research. There's a 99% survival rate. We've been in this pandemic for
You have 15 seconds.
20 months. Let's get on with life. Let's live. We live in the best county that there is, Livingston County. Please keep it free. Please vote no on the money. We don't need any more money. We don't need to give the county health department more power. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up will be Lori's iPhone. Lori, if you give us your full name and your address, you'll have, or your township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Lori from Brighton Township. Can you hear me?
Lori, could you provide your last name, please?
No, I would not. Thank you, though.
That's a requirement to speak. If you don't wish to do that, we're going to move on to somebody else.
Okay, Lori Leach at Brighton Township. And I want to say I vote no on the money. And I'm on Mitch's side and I say yes. And I'm very sorry about that lady that spoke about Jay. He did not fall asleep. Jay, I love you. I love you, Wes. I think very highly of you guys. And I think it's a disgrace what they're doing in our schools with CRT and LGBTQ. And I don't know where my rights end when their feelings begin. And you know what? We stayed home last year. My son stayed home did homeschooling, and they failed him because he wasn't doing the classes on time because of our Wi-Fi. So when our Supreme Court won and voted on our side, they wouldn't allow our children to go back because of the health department. I don't know where our legislators voted on this and changed it, but until they do, the health department or the schools don't have any rights over us. And what's funny is we stayed home last year. Let these people that are scared or think masks work, let them stay home. It's our turn now. I'm not scared of something I can't see. You can't prove it by giving it to somebody and saying, oh, this person gave it to me. You were at 1,000 places. You don't know where you got it. And obviously, how can we have a variant when the tests don't distinguish between flu and COVID? CDC came out on that 3 weeks ago. And yet our health department, our CDC, our schools are going off of. This is horrible what we've been put through. And again, not any of you have a right to tell me to do with my child to put on a mask. None of you do. It's my body, my choice, okay? And what's really funny is the other side, and I'm a patriot. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a patriot. And let me tell you this. They come on telling us to take our rights away. I'm here to say, I think you have a right and I have a right. But yet we get mistreated all the time. How is it they have a right to tell me what to do? I will not put that diaper on my son ever. He had 16 nosebleeds and 118 headaches. And this is ridiculous for anybody to think that germy thing will work and stop an airborne virus. This is ridiculous. And by the way, what Danielle said and Shelley said and Jessica said, I'm on their side. And Wes and Jay, I love the hell out of you guys for what you do and stand up. And vote yes with Mitch and no on the money. Thank you guys for your time and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Christina Kafkakis.
My name is Christina Kafkakis. I live in Brighton Township. And I spoke at the last, committee meeting with regards to people misunderstanding, I think, the overall accountability with the budget and what's going to happen if the health department doesn't accept this funding. As it is right now, many of our residents had to seek the vaccination outside of Livingston County, even though you fell under a certain qualification to be able to get the vaccine early, or you had certain health conditions that allow you to get the vaccine at a certain time. My husband and I had to drive to Ingham County to go get our vaccinations. We feel like people don't understand that there are many, many of their neighbors that depend on the health department for services. This goes way beyond COVID and a mask. This goes to employees, staffing, hours. There's so much more involved with this. And every person that turns this down is turning away money from our health department that's going to take away money from our other areas that so many of Livingston County depend on. Unfortunately, a lot of the people who are speaking tonight are entitled in terms of they have great jobs that offer them insurance with those jobs, and they haven't had to rely on public services. And it's unfortunate that they haven't been in people's shoes to see how much the health department does. I know for myself, I had to use the services of the health department. I know that during the major part of the pandemic, it was impossible to get through to someone. I have many computers in my home. We have a home. We have technology, and yet it was very difficult for me to get access to those services. And I imagine those that do not have high-speed internet would have more difficulty. There's so much more involved with this funding than people realize. It's going to take away from the other programs. And I'd also like to say to Commissioner Zajac, who said, enough is enough. It's time for Livingston County to stand up to authoritarian bureaucrats. George W. Bush spoke this past Saturday, and he said that we have seen growing evidence that the dangers to our country can come not only across borders, but from violence that gathers within. And there's little cultural overlap between violent extremists abroad and violent extremists at home. But in their disdain for pluralism, in their disregard for human life, in their determination to revile national symbols, they are children of the same foul spirit. Please keep this in mind when you vote.
Thank you. Next up is Ashley's iPhone. Ashley, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Ashley Fletcher. I'm from Howell. Has anybody lost the sense of common sense? I mean, it's a 99% survival rating. And the fact that Biden is pushing it so hard and wanting these mandates is absolutely absurd. First of all, it's completely against our freedom of choice. My body, my choice. What happened to that? Second of all, does anybody find it ironic how they are letting people in prison shorten their sentences if they get the jab? Let's enter you guys into a lottery to win all this money for this jab. Hey, you want to get the jab, you get free donuts for a year. Come on. Where's the common sense in this? Masks don't work. Vaccines, this is never going to go away. It's like the flu. Where did the flu go? It just disappeared all of a sudden? If you have a cough, you have COVID. There's other illnesses and viruses in this world than just COVID. It is time to move on. It is time to fight back for our freedoms and our rights for our children. I will not jab my kids with a not even FDA approved vaccination, nor will I when you read the inserts on it, where are the inserts? There's no ingredients listed. There's none. So I'm sorry, but it should not be mandated at all throughout any school. It's disgusting that these people think that they have the right, or they think they have the right to choose what goes in my child's body, but they do not. And I'm here to fight for all those kids who can't speak and who can't say, I don't want to wear a mask. Let kids be kids. Let us move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be masks save lives. Yeah, it won't be fair to quote me on that.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Pluff, and I live in Handy Township, Fowlerville. And I just want to say that I guess vote yes, or I would like you to urge you to vote yes on the money and the funding for the health department. And masks do help save lives. Masks do work. I've seen it myself. I work in healthcare and I don't need to take up any time, but it's very important to me. My kids go to school. They wear masks. They've gotten vaccinated, or at least one's in the process because she's just old enough. There's been enough research on this vaccine to know that it does save lives. So I am urging people to send your kids back to school, but let them wear masks. It's not harmful to them. It helps save lives. So please, 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 let's end this. Let's end COVID, or at least try to do what we can by working together and wearing our masks and doing what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Farrell, if you give us your full name and township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Stacy Farrell, Osceola Township. At the end of all this has been a long night. I want to thank the Livingston County Health Department for what they've done up until today. They're being made out to be some sort of enemy here, and I find it ridiculous. They do provide such an amazing service to this community, and to have to endure this level of disrespect is really astonishing. There seems to be so many experts who think that they're, 2-year nurses and all these people spouting off what they. I've never seen so much disrespect. Why don't they go work for the health department? Why don't they spend a little time serving this community? There are plenty of members in this community who need those services. And I urge you to just please think about those people. It's more than just the people that are talking tonight on both sides of this issue. There are people out there that need the services the health department offers, particularly when it comes to COVID mitigation. And I just beg of you to think about those people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the public and move to the next agenda item, which is item number 9, approval of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes, one dated August 23rd, the other September 8th. I'm looking for a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
So moved, Helserman. Support, Zajac.
Motion by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Zajac. Any corrections or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving both sets of minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Tabled items from previous meetings. There are no tabled items, so we'll move on to reports from commissioners. Are there any reports from commissioners this evening? Commissioner Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I was not at our meeting last week was I was attending the Michigan County's Workmen's Compensation Fund, in which I represent Livingston County. And I know we have some new commissioners here, and I just wanted to let you know that this is the 42nd year anniversary, and there's been a really long record of preventing employee injuries, investing in the latest in the safety equipment, and providing members a reliable dividend each year. And we as Livingston County are one of those counties that started this municipal fund. There were 10 counties that started back again 42 years ago. 8 of the original counties are still there. So the fund is overseen by 11-member board of trustees from county commissioners. And how it came about was in the mid-1970s, workers' compensation insurance became very expensive due to several factors. And it was a lack of safety programs in the workplace and increased compensation cases filed during the economic conditions at that time, and the lack of excess insurance carriers willing to take on the risk to underwrite the policies. So a group banded together. And again, that started with actually just 10 counties. And now the board presides over a fund of 81 member entities, 34 million in assets, 7 million in annual premiums, and an average of 35% dividend annually. And so with that, I just wanted to report that the last 2 quarters have been very good for our return of our money, and that a dividend will be sent to Livingston County.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? I have a report, but I'm going to go last. Nobody else? I'm going to share my screen. I hope I can do this. I said never, but we'll see if I have the capability. Oh, it says host disabled screen sharing. So Hillary, could you enable my screen sharing?
I'm working on it.
If not, I'll just give a verbal.
Okay, you should be able to share now.
Let's see. Okay, there it is. So I have a few slides that I also want to help me explain my position on this COVID money. So this screen is a comparison of Michigan deaths from COVID versus Livingston County deaths from COVID. The red line is Livingston County. The blue is all of Michigan. This was a 90-day average all the way through the end of August. So the point I really want to make here is that Livingston County is under the statewide average for COVID mortality. In the far right, Livingston County has about 29.29 deaths per 100,000. The state has 34.13 deaths per 100,000 people. Let's see here. So on the second slide here, and this is data from the state of Michigan. They provide it in a spreadsheet. I go there periodically and download it. So this data is for the state of Michigan. There is no data broken out for Livingston County specifically, but this is the COVID mortality by age. So you can see what is, shouldn't be unexpected. If you're above 80, the mortality rate is 1,381 per 100,000 people. And then down at the bottom, ages 0 to 9 and 10 to 19, there in the state of Michigan, there have been 0 deaths. So think about that. Those are school-age children, 0 deaths of school-age children in the state of Michigan. That coincides with this national, I know there's been some deaths nationally, but they've been very, very few for school-age children. One of the reasons I oppose the monies for the 1.5 million is $917,000 of it is for vaccination enhancement or ability to vaccinate more people. But what's shown on this chart are in the blue are how many doses were given out every day, since December of 2020. So you can see that peak in about April, the blue line. We were giving out and distributing about 2,500 doses. Of that 2,500, a little bit over 1,500 were dispensed by private sector companies, pharmacies, urgent care clinics, Myers, and et cetera. And if you go to the far right, you can see that for the last number of couple months, 3 months, that the doses that have been distributed have been largely done by private sector, which is fine. That's the way it should be. But most recently, we're giving out around 200 doses a day. We have the capacity, the proven capacity to do at least 1,500 doses a day. That means we have reserve capacity of 1,300 doses per day, and which is about 650% reserve capacity. In my mind, this indicates we don't need the at least the $917,000 that is budgeted for extra vaccine capacity. Here's the most interesting graph. I saved it to last. I just did some research this weekend. The I had discovered that the country of Denmark has announced removal of all COVID restrictions. I don't know if anybody knew that or not, but their government said that, they didn't say the pandemic's over, but they said that the COVID doesn't present a significant threat to society. So with that data, I wanted to see how Denmark was doing in terms of numbers of cases. This is cases, not deaths, per 100,000 people from the period of May to September. That's the last 4 months. So the blue dotted line is how Denmark's been doing. The red solid line is how Livingston County's been doing. And on average, during that period of time, there have been 13.39 COVID cases per 100,000 in Denmark per day. Livingston County average 7.79. It troubles me that the CDC says we are, was it the highest rating is severe or something like that? You have severe, significant, moderate, and low. And I'm, for one, am looking for data that suggests that, hey, we can let off on some of these restrictions. I think that data is here. And so I wanted to share it with my colleagues, and I thank you very much. Moving on to item 12 is approval of consent agenda items. We have resolutions 2021-09-141 through 2021-09-147. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Motion, Smith.
Support Plank.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, support by Commissioner Plank. Any discussion? Hearing none, we need a roll call for the consent agenda.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Reader,
Yes.
Commissioner Nakagiri,
Yes.
Commissioner Helserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Direct,
Yes.
Commissioner Zajac,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffith,
Yes.
Commissioner Gross,
Yes.
Commissioner Plank.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolutions for consideration. We have one resolution for consideration, 2021-09-148. It's a resolution approving reclassifying four full-time EMS road supervisors from FSLA exempt to FSLA non-exempt. Is there a motion?
So move, Helserman.
Support Plank.
Motion by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Plank. Was Mr. Director Felposh was going to address this? I'm not sure if he's still on. I know it was discussed in finance, but.
Dave is on. I've asked him to unmute.
Yeah, I see him out there. Oh, maybe not. Hillary, is he out there?
He was, but I think he just left.
Okay. Allow me to just ask this question of my colleagues. Did anybody have
Back.
questions for?
He's back.
Sorry, I finally got unmuted.
All right.
I think we pretty well discussed this at both general government and finance, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on that resolution.
Any commissioners with questions on the resolution?
I have a couple.
Commissioner Reader.
Yes, Director. We were talking about the fact that you would have problems replacing supervisors if they were to leave because the pay is not high enough. Isn't that right?
Well, we have some folks that won't apply because supervisors actually make less annually than a lot of our hourly employees because of the number of hours that the hourly employees work in overtime. So with their overtime, it's actually becomes a pay cut to take a promotion.
And I think that is something that's coming to our attention across different departments. It happened earlier with at least one employee, the health department. So I'm just wondering if the real issue isn't that we need to reassess whether or not pay is correct for what they do. I know
Well, when
we're
you hear my budget presentation in a few weeks, we're going to talk about pay and EMS in general and where I think we need to go with that. Don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but yeah, we definitely need to do some work across the board within the department. But this is the one thing that I can address now and help fix some of that. Plus, with our staffing shortages, it will allow us to have those supervisors backfill occasionally when we're really short staffed and we could use them on the road as a paramedic. So
you'd rather see them as wage or as hourly wage earners rather than supervisor salaried?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is it true that you'd rather see them as hourly wage earners rather than being on a salary?
Yes, I'd rather see them as hourly wage earners because that way I have the ability to compensate them when they work. And many folks in EMS work well above and beyond 40 hours. So when they're salary, I'm already working them above 40 hours. It's difficult for me to ask them to do more because I have no ability to compensate them for that extra time.
Well, if you're satisfied with that, I'll go along with it.
Any other questions, comments? So we do have a motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We have a discussion item, and that's a resolution declaring Livingston County will not comply with unconstitutional presidential mandates requiring employers of over 100 employees to force staff to receive COVID-19 vaccination to perform mandatory testing. This is just a discussion item. It was suggested by legal counsel that we really, as a county, ought to wait to see what the regulations are before we pass any formal resolution. You know, if we as a body decided to take legal action, that we, in the eventuality that, or the possibility that we might not prevail in any legal action, that we better make sure we cover our P's and Q's. And so I thought it was appropriate to discuss this tonight, but not take a vote until we have more detail on what our president's planning. So Commissioner Zajac, if you would like to kick off the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so the purpose of the resolution, as we've been hearing over the last several weeks, is there's a grave concern within our county of folks that have issue with mandates. I share that issue, whether it be related to masks or whether it be related to vaccines. I again share that concern. You know, we've seen 18 months of mandates and not letting people decide how they will live their lives. We've seen at the state level, a decision by our Supreme Court that has said that that is not a rule of law decision, but that was a policy decision that was perpetuated for some time. And we've seen now the results of that perpetuated policy decision. I fear that the Biden administration has taken it upon themselves to again implement policy decisions. And as I've stated, I think publicly in response to this resolution, they're doing it from a literal bird's eye view as opposed to down on the ground and seeing what's happening in local communities. Certainly the situation of Washington, D.C. is different than Florida, is different than California. And if those are different, so too are the differences between Washtenaw County and even Livingston County. We've seen that with our determination from our health director not to implement any mandates, which is cited in my resolution as well, pointing that out. As an attorney, fully aware that what you say will be and can be used against you in a court of law. I took the position through my assessment of this scenario that it was extreme overreach. I stand by that assessment, and I would be prepared to vote on this today. I do understand that there are concerns by some and reliance upon legal counsel feedback that I know we can't necessarily get into the details of here in a public meeting, but I have eyes wide open on those concerns, and I drafted and submit this resolution anyways. I think that it's important that, as we've seen over the discussion with relation to the health department funding, that we do draw a clear distinction between these issues. To me, this is an issue of freedom, whereas the issue as it relates to the health department funding is an issue of budget. This is a clear overreach where government is saying you must do this thing, whereas there is unfortunately law in place as it relates to the budget items that don't prevent us from addressing some of the concerns that we have, though we've been working very hard to narrow those issues and hopefully mitigate the overreach that exists, not by our own doing in this county, but by the doing of others outside of this county. So I see this as a resolution that's important for us to put forward our position as it relates to our ability to address our local concerns that are not necessarily the same concerns that the government that is in our state, that is in our nation at the federal level should share. So I'm happy to answer any questions of my colleagues about my impetus here. Also, I'd cite any of the public reporting that's taken place that I've stated on this topic, and I also stand on the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other commissioners with comments or questions? Commissioner Helserman.
Nobody else. I've looked into this. I guess if it's worded correctly, I'm willing to act today, but apparently maybe it's not worded as well as it could be. I understand that this is really not in force until our Michigan Department of Labor, whatever it is, the MIOSHA, I believe, until they act, because I don't think the president has the authority to make this a mandate. But if he can convince Michigan to follow suit, then that is when it becomes a true legal issue for us, because I think most people understand the president really can't do this. But he can get other people that agree with him that do, by the words written in laws, that by those laws they have the authority. Whether they should have the authority or not, that's a whole different story, but the words of the law give, in my understanding, give them that authority. So vaccines have been a discussion in our country since our founding. People in George Washington times understood how to inoculate people from smallpox. But the problem that they had back then was that they could only vaccinate for smallpox when somebody got smallpox. And they would take the pus, the pussy part of smallpox, and they knew how to do it. They would gouge out a little bit of that, and they'd poke it in a person, and they knew how to do it, but they couldn't do it for everyone. They could only do it when the smallpox had a breakout. Now, I remember when I was young, there were people that had great big pox on their face because they had a pretty bad case of smallpox. We don't have that today. And so Yes, I would suppose that George Washington, whenever there was a vaccine available, that he made his soldiers get the vaccine. I have no. Then we go forward. The Supreme Court has several times voted in favor of vaccines, forced vaccines. But they've also voted in favor of forced sterilization. Did they have that right? Was that right? We don't think it's right now. There are a lot of things that are happening in this, and those of this group right here are readers, okay? And you understand the situation, and you understand that this is a part that the Supreme Court may not agree with us on. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. We don't know what they're going to do. But that doesn't stop us from having our opinion on the matter. We can have our opinion on the matter, and in my mind, with all the data that we know, for those that read, we understand that there are serious questions about this, and we don't think it's properly labeled as a vaccine. That's the big thing right there. If it were a vaccine, there wouldn't be as much unanimity of opinion among even this group right here. But we do need to let people know that we are not going to let this stand when it comes to us. That's how I am on it. I'm with most of the people that have spoke tonight against the funding. I'm with you on every single point except for the funding, and that seems like a contradiction of terms, but on this, I don't think there's any question. It's a clear thing to me, but we need to read about it and we need to know the whole picture. We can't just say, just because we don't like it, we think it's wrong. I'll comment on several statements. Some people said we have the right to be free of disease. I don't agree with that statement. That's not right. Do we have the right to be safe? We have the right to fight for our safety and to protect ourselves, and our government should protect us. But I never thought that God protected everybody and kept everybody safe. If that were the case, there'd be no accidents on our roads. Anyways, so if this were worded correctly, I would be in favor of doing it tonight. But just that's where I stand on this. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Helserman. Commissioner Zajac wanted to clarify one thing.
Yeah, and I'll be quickly. Thank you for letting me speak a little bit out of turn here, Mr. Chair. Just for one point, this resolution addresses the county as an employer. It does not apply to any sort of mandate that's outside of our scope. So the point of this resolution is county as employer. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Plank.
I find it ironic that that Biden came out with this right after what happened in Afghanistan. So for me, I think it's a distraction. And I don't think it's going to go anywhere personally. I don't think that it's going to go anywhere. However, I do support the resolution as it relates to it being applied to our county workers. So that's my opinion on it. And that's what I think this is all about. So That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Reader.
I guess I come at it a little different way after sitting on the bench so long. I'm used to dealing with laws that are in place. And this isn't in place yet. This is rhetoric right now. If it were in place, I think we have every right to say what we're saying. But it isn't so yet. And until it is more defined and we know exactly what it is that the president has now said we need or are going to be mandated to do, that we need to know what it is specifically that he has mandated, rather than just standing in front of a microphone and saying, this is what I think you all ought to do. We've had a lot of that, not just this president, but you know, it means that if it had already gone into the phase of being enacted, then I think we have every right. It comes down to the legalese is that the issue has to be ripe. And I don't think it's ripe at this point. It's not that I don't disagree. I mean, I don't disagree with what Commissioner Zajac has put together, but I just don't think it's now. I think it's premature.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to the issue?
Commissioner.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Reader hit it on the head. This is not a law. This could be a distraction. It's quite a quandary. We find ourselves in a situation where many of the attendees here have a stated distrust for government. And yet, I believe most of us were raised with a certain etiquette that we respect the office of the presidency. And whether, regardless of your position on the political spectrum, we as an employer have to, yes, protect our employees as best we are able within the context of the law. I do think that if this moves forward, and I have no doubt this may not, but if it does, I do think it'll be challenged and challenged severely. If it does become, in fact, a law and or mandate, quite frankly, I think Commissioner Zajac is very accurate in expressing certainly my feelings about it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Griffith.
Yes, I would like to know, Matt Norford, is he on the Zoom? I haven't seen you on Zoom, but I noticed that the Michigan Association of Counties today said that, they weren't ready to make a stance on this either. So Matt, I just was wondering your opinion for us here at the table. And I know that your firm is also legal representation for the Michigan Association of Counties.
Yes, and I generally won't disclose unless the board votes to waive or we go into closed session, our specific legal opinion that we provide to the county. But we also assisted MAC in the wait and see approach that they are advising, simply because of the chain that we're at in the sequence, which is that we have an executive order that's going through the federal rulemaking process. And then whether or not OSHA promulgates that rule, and then the next step would be for my OSHA to apply the rule to Michigan, will likely determine what in fact we are dealing with here. And so our position from our firm standpoint on the legal status of this is that we are in a position where we have general information that has not been specified or even applicable to large employers in Michigan as of today.
Thank you, Matt.
Anybody else? I'll wrap up the discussion and say that, yeah, I'm for pushing back as hard as we can. I agree with Commissioner Reader. I don't think it's ripe. We shouldn't do it now. But I would leave this question with my colleagues to ponder, and that is, how much money are we willing to spend in legal fees? It's something we need to think about as we move forward. It's, and how much are we willing to, pay in potential fines? I think that's an important issue to ponder in the weeks and perhaps months ahead. So. Anybody else? Commissioner Zajac.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback from the colleagues on this issue. There are times when we have to look at things from a black and white perspective, and that's how I feel I've done on this health department funding issue. And there's times where we have to make a boisterous statement, as we've seen many counties do and many states do across the country. From an operational perspective, if we pass this today, let's play this out, and the resolution goes forward, and we've made this statement on September 13th, 2021 at 9:46, and I appreciate it's only 9:46 at this point. But we make that statement today, and the rule comes into effect, and we certainly, with more information, can make a new decision. We've not violated any law or any rule or anything, even if they do issue it, and at some point we've not done anything wrong. I don't see what we've done to harm ourselves, but we have made a clear statement to the state of Michigan. We've made a clear statement to the Biden administration that we will not be infringed upon with our right to our local government and local control. So I don't share. I recognize from a legal perspective we have nothing to sue over, so there's nothing ripe in that regard. But I don't share the perspective that it's not ripe for a declaration of sorts. And my colleagues know I'm not usually one to make a declaration because I say, what's the point? But here I think there is a strong point to be made because it is pushback at the time when the rule is not quite formulated, at the time when the federal government perhaps can act on our behalf, and our representative and our senators could perhaps follow us. I won't hold my breath in that regard, but perhaps they could. That now is the time for that. And so making this statement is our only way to address to them on behalf of 193,000 residents that we can control our own situation better than they can control ours. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Helserman.
We find ourselves in a very precarious time in our country. And the question in my mind is what is going to, if there's going to be a true change, what is going to spark it? When we look back to our founding, what made them do the Declaration of Independence? Okay, there was an event that they said, we cannot go any farther. We are making a declaration at this point, and we are committing ourselves to a course of action. That is what I am looking for. When will we have that? And to be true, the people that did the Declaration of Independence were more Mitch's age than our age, the average age of us. The people sitting in Benjamin Franklin probably was younger than I am now when he was there, and he was the oldest guy there. Our country was formed by young people with vision, and there was a point in time where they made the choice, and that's what I hope it doesn't come to that in our country. But if there is going to be a substantial change, there will be something that will galvanize us. And I don't know, it almost seems like the withdrawal from Afghanistan is almost one of those things. But maybe this issue, maybe, maybe that thing that, because I know people that have given up their jobs and their retirements because they will not take the jab. And I think you probably all know that. Our country is being purged of independent-minded people. Our hospitals are being purged of independent-minded people. You know, my question is, when do we jump? Okay, and it's gonna be people like Mitch and like the younger people that have children in the school that's going to drive that. And I encourage you to drive it, you know, but be wise, be smart. And hopefully us old codgers will be with that, you know, but guide it with wisdom. That's kind of where I am. We can't be stupid. We have to be wise in whatever we do. So anyways, I'm only talking about myself. I'm not talking about any of you guys. So the old codger business, yeah.
Any other comments?
Chairman.
Commissioner Gross.
I have listened to all the comments here tonight with respect to this issue. And I am in agreement with the wait and see approach that's recommended by our legal staff. But as one of the old codgers, let me assure you that I have some deep feelings about events that are taking place in our country in recent days, weeks, and months. And I think if OSHA and MIOSHA come out with a mandate to say that we as a county are going to be forced to tell our employees to get the jab or lose their job, I will be there fighting against that with every breath I have.
Any further comments? I'll go ahead and
Mr.
close.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution as written.
It's, you would need to make a motion to change the agenda.
Point of order, it's on the agenda as a discussion item only.
And Mr. Chair, respectfully, we have the ability to address some open motions, and that's what this is. And if I'm wrong about that, I'd invite Mr. Nordford.
Why
to
don't we
confirm.
discuss everything? Why don't we discuss and vote on the health department funding? I mean, we have an agenda for a reason.
Mr. Chair, if I can respond, if there's a motion on that procedurally, I think we could proceed, but nobody's made that motion.
I agree with the chair. I think that we can change the agenda, but that takes a two-thirds vote or whatever. We can do that, but there has not been a second to the motion, first of all. So if there's no second to the motion, it can't go any further anyways. So.
Is there a second? Okay, no second. We will move on to the agenda. Next item is our second and final call to the public.
Could we have a bathroom break before? 'Cause
Yes.
I assume we
yeah.
have a couple hours coming here. And maybe you want to have a cup, sign up here while we're on.
Yeah,
break,
if
so.
anybody that wishing to, participate in the second call to the public, if you could sign up and get organized. that would be
We're
Great. We'll reconvene at 5 after.
we're all happy to hear you.
Getting low though.
We had one.
Yeah.
Commissioner Helserman?
I watched it on YouTube.
Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Just told Victor, I said, I watched it on YouTube. I know exactly what you're gonna do to me.
If you provide your name and township, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Janine Iyer, and I live in Genoa Township. Dear Commissioners, I appreciate this resolution that you just discussed, not to comply with President Biden's unconstitutional mandate requiring employers of over 100 employees to force staff to receive COVID-19 vaccines or to perform mandatory testing. This resolution is to protect Livingston County employees. But why not extend your non-compliance of mandatory testing to children in Livingston County schools? The PCR test is a recalled product because it is known that it cannot distinguish between COVID and influenza, and it generates false results. It's being retired by the end of the year per CDC. That being the case, why use it now when it's known to be unreliable? This fake testing leads to quarantining, even when the kids are asymptomatic. And we had a young man here who attested to that. Testing also leads to contact tracing, which leads to more kids being quarantined, even if they are asymptomatic. Quarantining keeps the kids from in-person instruction and adversely affects their education. This COVID policing of students as well as adult residents will continue if you accept the 1.5 million of COVID funds. Your constituents don't want this. Do not take the money. According to Livingston County Health Department data, there have been no deaths to date of individuals ages 0 to 19 years. That's 100% recovery rate. What does a kid gain by getting the jab? You can't improve on 100%. Also, there have been to date a grand total of 45 reported deaths in Livingston County to individuals ages less than 70 years. We are not in a pandemic. We are not in an emergency. This means that the county should not be purchasing or using emergency use authorization shots to the tune of $917,000. You should also know that COVID-19 shots either contain human aborted fetal DNA or were tested on aborted fetal cells. You commissioners who call yourselves conservative and want the continued endorsement from Right to Life, do you think you will maintain your Right to Life endorsement if you vote to purchase these products for our county and promote children to receive these experimental shots? I recommend you consider the life issue associated to your vote to accept the funds, most of which will go to purchasing and administering the shots. Please rethink your position with this issue
You have
in
15
mind.
seconds.
Thank you for your attention.
Provide your name and township. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Townsend, and I'm in Tyrone Township. My father-in-law was a bomber pilot in World War II. He was shot down, and he spent more than a year in a prisoner of war camp in Germany. He paid a high price for that Purple Heart to protect our freedom of speech over censorship and over propaganda, freedom from all forced medical experiments, freedom from dictatorship and from tyranny. I know what he would say about the ebbing of our civil rights and our liberties. I don't support the funding of these gene therapies. They're not vaccines. And the majority of it would go to targeting our children. I want to thank you, Commissioner Sajak, for the resolution. It gave me a boost. And my husband, who works for General Motors, is now thinking he may have to retire early if the mandate does come about. So thank you for that. It did give us some hope to know that we're not alone. I'll keep going since I still have some time and talk about perspectives from Dr. Peter McAuliffe. He's an internist, cardiologist, epidemiologist, and a full professor of medicine at Texas A&M College of Medicine in Dallas. And he has stated that if we keep up with these injections, there's going to be one variant after another. We're playing with fire here with mass vaccinations. The only way to stay healthy right now is to stay away from this vaccine. He goes on to say that we need to get early treatment, and he believes treatment options have been suppressed to allow mass vaccination. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Hey, guys. Sherry LaRue, Green Oak Township. Some would say money is the root of all evil. But really, money in and of itself is not an issue. It's the putting money above what's important. Paul says to the Corinthians, you cannot serve two masters. You'll either hate one and love the other. You'll be loyal to one and despise the other. The proposal that you guys just got done discussing does great things for the employees of this county. But the contract with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services destroys the people of this county. Even Commissioner Zajac, you adding the whereas till I was dizzy. I appreciate your effort. The contract is evil. Let me tell you, I have read that contract from the first time that it was at the first meeting, 100+ pages, 4 times. And I'm going to tell you that with 30 days written notice, yeah, you can cancel it. You have metrics hoops that the health department needs to jump through. And if they don't jump through it, just by virtue of being in contract with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, you open the door to allow them to come in and do it for you if you're not doing a good enough job, according to them. And this money can only be used for, it can't go into the general fund. It can't go for anything else. It can only be used for staff, communication and supplies. I already addressed the staffing thing. Some of them got to go. There's a gazillion of us out there without jobs because we won't take a jab. Tell them to get in line. Okay. The other thing is that you have to manage testing deployment. Where the heck? They'll be standing in front of bushes on that? I don't think so. You have to procure one tool to increase case investigation. In other words, to hunt people down. Contact tracing and violation monitoring, the equivalent of stalking. And again, infiltration within our school districts. Absolutely unfathomable and absolutely will not be allowed. I heard my back. Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth Rosmarnovich from Hamburg Township. I just wanted to clear up some, I think there must have been yahoo.com research findings of some people who have reported some things about vaccinations and how we all need to be vaccinated to keep the vaccinated safe. The most populated, the most vaccinated country is Israel. And we have all read about what's going on in Israel. And the number of people who are in the hospital with COVID are the vaccinated people. Peter McCullough, world-renowned virologist, the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, said that the vaccinated are causing the variants because they vaccinated during a pandemic. So now the variants are coming out very quickly. We are actually, the unvaccinated are actually at risk from the vaccinated. And you can research that for yourself. I also wanted to also state about hospitals being short-staffed, and that's because medical staff are being forced out because they won't be vaccinated. That scares me to death, to know that there may not be enough people to take care of us. And those who are vaccinated in the hospitals, who knows what's going to happen to them in the next few years in terms of what their health is going to be like. I also wanted to, I read an article at a hospital in the Eastern Seaboard. They were stopping their labor and delivery services because most of their labor and delivery staff have quit because they won't be vaccinated. That's the kind of things that we're actually up against. And then in terms of the pretender in chief in the White House making this mandate, do you know that he has excluded Congress, their aides, and federal judges, as well as illegal immigrants? How fair is that? I mean, we're talking about the authoritarians and the serfs, and it's unacceptable. And I wish you would vote tonight on, but you don't take it far enough by just exempting county employees. How about exempting anyone who lives in the Livingston County? I don't care where they work. That is what would be fair. Once again, we don't want to have two levels of the population here. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else that wishes to speak, if you could queue up and save a little bit of time, I appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
Ken Youngman, Green Oak Township. You know, many of us here have come and asked you not to take the money. And one of the reasons we asked you not to take the money is because we're worried that the database that is going to be, that money is going to be used for to keep records of our children is potentially a database that the federal government can use when they force the vaccines on our children. And a few weeks ago, it seemed maybe like a conspiracy theory to many people. But look at what Joe Biden just did, an act of tyranny against the American people. It is unconstitutional because it doesn't allow for equal protection under the law. If I have to take a dangerous experimental vaccine because the company I work for has 100 people, but the guy who works for a small company doesn't have to take it, that is not equal protection. That is a violation of our constitutional rights. And what we want from you is we want you to stop spending any more money. This pandemic is a game. We got vaccines that don't work. We got vaccines that kill people. We got vaccines that injure people. And we got a big push to get these vaccines into the arms of people. Why is this? Our president just made a mandate that is going to divide our nation. It is going to probably destroy our military if we lose 30% of our military because they won't take the vaccine. If we lose 30% of our doctors and nurses who won't take the vaccine because they know what's going on, our health system is going to fail, our military is going to fail. And also when Joe Biden made that mandate, he pitted the vaccinated against the unvaccinated. This is a typical Marxist tactic. And you guys are our elected leaders. We need you right now, without delay, to stand up and say no to this silly game that the federal government and these Marxists are playing. We want you to lead us and to put an end to this ridiculous tactics that are going on and protect the people in this county, lead us in defeating this tyranny, or at least get out of the way. I mean, either you're going to be part of the tyranny or you're going to lead us against the tyranny. It's your choice.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Smith. I live in Genoa Township, and I actually can't even believe what I'm about to say to you tonight. It wasn't prepared, and honestly, I wasn't even going to come because I was so disgusted with the entire commissioners board. If we just is what I walked into hearing someone say, if we just make everybody wear their mask, then we'll all be safe. All the people who don't want to wear a mask, they want you to protect them. I don't need you to protect me. I need you to protect my rights, period, end of story. Also, if we just mask, if we just quarantine, if we just stand 6 feet apart, where does it freaking end? It doesn't end. Just protect my right and let me take care of that with my own kids. I told you last week, my kids spent 543 days being homeschooled because of medical conditions that kept them from wearing a mask. They've been in school a week, and I just left a school board meeting clapping, congratulating, and thanking all of them for being leaders in our community and not mandating a mask in our school district. And you know what? So did every single parent that came to talk tonight. It was wonderful. Commissioner Helserman, you really made me laugh tonight. I have to say that. Last week, I was completely seething because you told me, you and Mr. Gross said to trust the government. And tonight, you basically just kind of laughed at that because you said, where's the spark? We are the spark. The middle-class moms are the spark. I don't know if you guys missed that memo, but we're here. And I've probably put in more hours arguing and fighting all of you in the past week than I have done laundry or fed my kids or appropriated whatever they needed for their first week of school, because I believe in our freedom, period. And I am disappointed in all of you for not actually, this is the part that I'm shocked at. Why would you not back him? Why would you not back his patriotic action? Because he's trying to make a statement. He is trying to make a statement, and I admire it. And yes, I spoke to him today personally, and I have to say, I don't agree with the money for COVID, but damn, like seriously, he's trying to take an action that sets you apart from other counties that says, we hear you people. We hear you moms that are sleepless worrying about your kids. We hear you worried about your freedoms. He wanted to take a stand and no one stood with him. I'm sad about that. I'm sad because all I keep hearing is more tyranny and no one's taking a stand. So stand up.
Nicole Colors, Hamburg Township. Commissioner Helsman, you asked about the revolution. Well, we're here. When in history have you guys experienced a packed board meeting? Last time it was overflowing. We're the revolution. On Sunday, we had 300 people protesting on Grand River. 300 people came out on a Sunday afternoon to say no. 15 more people came out today in Howell and spent their afternoon in Howell protesting again. We're the people who fill the school board meetings. We're the people who fill the commissioners' meetings. We are going to the State Board of Education. We are the revolution. The time to jump is now. We're organizing, we're speaking out, and we are fed up. Just to put the numbers in perspective of your constituents, according to John King from WHMI, on September 2nd, about 50 protesters demanded mask mandates from the health department. 50 protesters. Yet yesterday, Moms for Liberty and Guardians of Freedom Michigan had 300. That is a 6-to-1 ratio. They keep claiming that we're the minority. Those numbers don't back their story. We are the revolution that you have been looking for. The time to jump is now. Thank you.
I'm Sue Davatilla from Green Oak Township. I'm the mom of 9. And this idea of masking our kids to protect your kids is like me saying, my diet doesn't work because you're overeating. Thank you.
Nobody else? We'll go to Zoom. First up will be Yvonne Black.
Again, thank you, commissioners, for welcoming us tonight. My name is Yvonne Black. I live in Marion Township. Commissioner Helserman mentioned laws. I encourage the commissioners to read MCL 408.1024. The last sentence in subsection 6 states, however, this act does not authorize or require immunizations for those who object to them on religious grounds, except if necessary for protection of the health or safety of others. This is authentic. I went to the Michigan Law Library and looked it up all the way back to 1978. So first we have to prove there's an epidemic or a pandemic. Commissioner Nakagiri showed his graphs. This so-called COVID virus, which is actually pneumonia, is a 99% survival rate. According to the CDC website, in 2018-19, 16.5 million people went to their healthcare provider for the flu. Unlike 2018-2019, with this virus, people are not allowed to go to their healthcare provider. I was told that you have to wait until you get to the hospital, or you get so serious, physically seriously ill, that you have to go to the hospital in order to get any kind of treatment. Then you will be diagnosed with pneumonia. To me, this is medical abuse to enhance an epidemic or a pandemic or whatever you want to label it. And to those who keep citing the 1905 Jacobson judgment, the judgment was based on reasonable scrutiny, not strict scrutiny. In a court of law, there is a difference between reasonable scrutiny and strict scrutiny. Strict scrutiny is supposed to be used when it violates our God-given rights protected by our Constitution. Thank you for listening and caring.
Thank you. Brian, if you give us your full name and township you live in, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brian Woods, Brighton Township. Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak again. And in that last session where each of you commissioners had an opportunity to speak, I was very pleased to see and understand maybe your thinking on the matter. So Mr. Nakagiri's presentation was fantastic. I really appreciated that and learned something new, believe it or not. Mr. Zajac, I appreciate the resolutions and the stipulations that you're putting forward, as well as the sentiments from all the commissioners. The one thing I'm struggling with a little bit, to be blunt, is protecting the Livingston County employees. I think is fantastic. I appreciate that as well. Understand that sentiment, but I agree with one of the previous women who spoke that it should be extended to all Livingston County residents. If we really want to get serious as a county. The other thing I'm struggling with is why some of the members on the board are soft on the weaponization of the health department on our kids in school. One of the questions I have is, why are the health departments, for example, in surrounding communities, focused only on school children? That's my main question. For example, Washtenaw County, public face covering orders no longer active. Gathering event orders no longer active. Stay in place orders for U of M students no longer active. The only active orders are for masks and quarantine, specifically for K through 12. The other concern I have is we've all seen the Allegheny County threats to parents of students. I know that's been walked back a little bit, but that again is focused on kids. And the last one I'm concerned about, and I don't understand why we don't see the slippery slope. For example, the Kent County Health Department, again, focusing on kids. And, the legal opinion, I know Mr. Zajac, you put those stipulations in there, but the legal opinion from Kent County was the board is prohibited by state law from rescinding a public health order, removing a a local health officer or defunding the health department. So I want to understand in more detail, similar like the last discussion, what are we not seeing that you are seeing in the softness with the funding of the health department? Why is it a budget issue and not a slippery slope? Thank you very much.
Next up was Michelle. Michelle, if you give us your full name and the township in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes.
Michelle Wypert Winter, Hamburg Township. As a taxpayer, I do not wish to have any taxpayer money from Livingston County to pay for lawyers to defend stupidity. And I do believe with a lot of the resolutions you are passing, we will have a lot of lawsuits here. And you as commissioners who state you will fight to death to protect Livingston County employees from being forced to take, quote, the jab, as you call it, is so idiotic. Other workers have rights too, and they have a right to protect themselves against COVID. And you should remember those people too, even if they in this county are a minority. Think of the meat packing industries who did nothing in the beginning to protect their employees. For those of you who stand there and say you want your freedom, and all you can say is think about that and think how stupid, or excuse me, how selfish that statement is. Workers, while their supervisors or their commissioners were protected, the supervisors did not protect their workers because they are easily replaced. And if someone refuses to take the vaccination, then go get a job. And there's lots of jobs out there right now that don't require the vaccination. If you want to work for a county or for the federal government, then you play by their rules. Perhaps our employees are not as educated as their supervisors. Are any of you not vaccinated? Or your families, commissioners? Mandating a mask or vaccination is not for a lifetime. It will only be for a short period until we can eradicate this deadly virus and now the variant. And if you don't understand how the variant came about, then research it or talk to someone knowledgeable. And for those who mock what our vice president said today, that you need to get the vaccination to protect the vaccinated, that is exactly what
You have
we
15 seconds.
say. So I hope, and especially you mothers out there who say you are protecting your children, I don't think perhaps you're that quite good of a mother, and you need to study and listen and
Your
protect
time
your
is up,
children.
sorry.
God willing, we be saved. Thank you.
Next up is Tyler's.
Mr. Chair, just quick point of privilege. We've done a nice job so far tonight in terms of both the speakers and members of the public in the presence, not speaking over one another or calling names. I recognize that it's getting late, but I'd ask that no name calling be taking place when you're speaking and that respect be given from the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Tyler's iPhone. Tyler, if you give us your full name and the township you reside in, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Tyler Davitola, Howell Township. Thank you, commissioners, for being here and taking the time to listen to all of us. I think I want to point out that I do not believe we'll eradicate COVID-19. It's becoming pretty clear that COVID, like many other viruses, is here to stay. And we are comfortable living with many other viruses, and we'll need to learn to live with COVID without masks and without contact tracing. And the government's role is not to ensure your safety. There are many activities and behaviors that are unsafe that you have the freedom to engage in, and the government's role is to protect your freedoms and rights. Some citizens seem to be so willing and eager to give the government the authority to force you to take a certain medication. And you may like the medication the current government wants you to take, but please consider the very real possibility that in the future, the government may choose a different medication that you do not want. And what then? What will you be saying after you help the government establish or expand this power, and now you cannot protect yourself? There are a lot of people that have been presenting a lot of conflicting data points and studies, and I don't think that many people have changed their mind due to the data provided by others. I think that many people select the data they present based on their prior beliefs or opinions. So I would make the argument that the core of the disagreement here is really about the power of government and the role of government. And this underlying question, do you want to give the government more power? And do you think the government's role is to make healthcare decisions for you? Your viewpoint on these questions, I think, is a big influence on whether or not you support the COVID grant. And I do not think that the government should have any more power than it already does. And I do not think the government should make healthcare decisions for me. And this is not a discussion about letting the healthcare department do their job. The healthcare department is free to do their job, as they always have and as they always will, as defined in existing statute. And the county will provide funding for the health department as it always has. So not accepting this grant does not prevent the healthcare department or the health department from doing their job. Not accepting this grant is simply the best step we can take to prevent increasing the power of government. Money enables power, and this money will increase the risk that the health department will pursue additional activities and overreach. The general fund can provide money for the health department and
You have 15 seconds.
require our local health department to make more responsible decisions with limited money. Too much money allows unnecessary spending and excessive government activity and overreach. I encourage you to vote no and not accept this grant for additional COVID money and maintain the current role of our health department.
Thank you. Rhonda H. Rhonda, if you give us your full name and the township where you reside, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Hall. I'm from Howell. I think everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say that I do have an immune system. I don't need to be masked. I have 12 grandchildren, and out of those 12, I have 6 that are in the schools in Livingston County. And if they do mandate the mask, I know that they'll all be pulled, and they have lots of friends that would also be pulled. I think it's crazy to mandate the mask when you have a 99.8% survival rate. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I'm totally against it, and so are all my children and grandchildren.
Thank you. Farrell, give us your full name and township. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Stacy Farrell, Osceola Township. I just want to remind the commissioners that you don't just represent the 300 people that were standing along Grand River or the 50 people that were in front of the health department. There's 193,000 people that you represent in this county. So I'd urge you to take that into consideration. It's not just the people in front of you. There's a lot of people that you represent. The thought of entering into litigation regarding this mandate that, thank goodness, we're going to wait and see how it all filters out. But using general fund money, how far do you really want to take that? And then the not accepting the health department grant. So then that.
All right, babe, I'll be up shortly, I hope. Hopefully half hour. Maybe an hour.
Okay, so what happened there? Have I just been like talking to myself or what? Where are we at? Are we starting over?
Yeah, continue. Go ahead.
Did you hear me to begin with or?
Yes, yes.
Well, geez, that totally threw off my mojo. Long story short, I don't believe that, throwing good money after bad is a wise choice. So the my body, my choice thing, I hope everyone remembers that as we advance in our society. I am a believer in that philosophy. I think if you don't accept a grant, it's going to force the health department. COVID's not going away. They're still going to have to mitigate it. They're still going to have to do their job. They just won't have the money to do it. I don't think going to court over this Biden thing is something that's wise for our community. I would urge, I can't say it enough. There's a whole lot more people than who is speaking tonight and who is lining the streets that you guys represent. So I would just ask you to really, truly consider what it is that you're doing and how it is that you're representing all of the residents of Livingston County. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Deck, if you provide your name and township, you'll have 3 minutes. Let's try Justin Braska. Oh, see Katie.
Sorry, I'm here. Oh,
Go ahead, Katie.
sorry. I thought she unmuted me, but it wasn't. Okay, sorry. I just want to say I'm Katie Deck from Howell. These anti-maskers call themselves the revolution. They don't want masks, they don't want vaccines, they don't want testing, they don't want quarantines. They don't believe COVID is real. They don't care about infecting other people. They don't care about our hospital systems. They are intentionally harming people and spreading the virus. They're not only not doing anything to help, but they're actually making the situation worse. Also, I just want to point out some misinformation. Hospital systems aren't losing staff because they don't want to get vaccines. I work at a very large hospital. I know tons of nurses. There's a study that just came out. 88% of nurses are vaccinated. 98% of doctors are vaccinated. Maybe 1 or 2 from a hospital are leaving because they don't want to get vaccinated. They're leaving because of misinformation. They're leaving because people don't care about this virus and they're tired. They are overworked and they are tired. They're tired. I'm tired of doing this. Also, Denmark, they have over 75% of their population vaccinated. So a lot more than us. I don't know why we're comparing ourselves to them. Also, kids still need to be vaccinated and lots of kids go to the health department for vaccines. Someone said the vaccine's not a vaccine. It's ridiculous. A vaccine helps your body build immunity to a disease. And that's what these vaccines are doing. And it has been proven, more studies are coming out. With the vaccine, you're 5 times less likely to catch COVID, which in theory also means that you are less likely to spread COVID. You can look up at any hospital, anywhere, majority of people in the hospital are unvaccinated. Larger majority are unvaccinated in the ICU, and the even more large majority are the ones dying are the unvaccinated. We can clearly see that they're working. Our county is becoming the laughing stock of everywhere. This is like ridiculous misinformation county. I don't know where people are getting this stuff from, but stop looking at YouTube and read actual data. Listen to doctors and scientists that actually understand viruses and mitigation strategies.
Yeah,
That's all I
15
have
seconds.
to say. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Next up, Justin Braska.
Hey there, Justin Braska, Fowlerville, Michigan, Handy Township. I didn't really want to address that last person because that was a little wild. I can tell you, I went to the rally. There was not one person going around saying people should not be wearing masks, people should not be getting vaccines. We're all about people have the choice to do whatever they want. So, but that was really extreme, so I thought that was worth noting. What I didn't get to say in my first call was to thank you to all of you, commissioners. No matter what your stance is, you have to sit here and listen to a lot of both sides, wild things, this and that. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's late in the night. It's awesome. Thanks to Mitch for trying to get that vote tonight. I agree. That's something that to take a good stand. It doesn't matter if we don't know the specifics yet. Okay. That what are they going to sue us for taking a stand to get something they didn't give us specifics on? So I agree with that. We should have taken a stand. We could have voted on that. And then, once they release some specifics, then you can say, all right, we still agree with it. Or if we don't, then you can talk about litigation. Last thing I want to say, because it bothered me, I didn't get in it. There were a couple comments about kids are just so resilient. They can wear masks. They can deal with it. Kids are resilient. They're so resilient. Why are we stopping at masks? I've heard people say that, they can get it by touching stuff and putting it on their mask. Why aren't we wearing gloves? Why aren't we wearing goggles? Remember, kids are so resilient. Let's put all this stuff on them. That was just the last thought that I wanted to pass on, because as a parent with a 6 and a 3-year-old, they may be resilient, but they also get frustrated too, just like all of us. And I can tell you right now, my kids will not be masking again. And it is not because I don't want to keep anybody else healthy. It is because they are healthy. I've had the virus. They didn't contract it from me. I'm good with living with that, and I'll keep them away from your kids if they are sick. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Bradford, up next, if you give us your township or city where you reside. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, Brian Bradford. I live in Hamburg Township. A lot of you know who I am, and I've been kind of silent to this point. First, I want to state that I had COVID, have the antibodies, have absolutely no interest in getting the vaccine. Matter of fact, if you go back and study, and I'm going to state some facts, and any of you want those, I will send them to you. Dr. Parks, who she testified in the state of Michigan just 3 weeks ago, in her testimony as a microbiologist from the University of Michigan, stated that not only is the vaccine not relevant currently for anybody who hasn't had it, because it's the equivalent of giving a flu vaccine to somebody that is from 2 cycles ago. Not only that, she stated that there was an uptick in the amount of people that are having issues that get the vaccine after they had COVID. I also want to run over a couple other things. 60% of those that are the most fax resistant are those with medical degrees. And she stated that in that study and from her. I'll also tell you I'm a U.S. Army veteran. And I want to ask a question. If you had a chlorine gas leak in your facility, who would you call? You would call experts to actually look into this. Those experts would then give you recommendations. I will tell you from my military training, as I was trained at Fort McClellan, Alabama, where is the epicenter of chemical and biological weapons. And I will tell you that those masks do nothing. You're trying to stop a micron of 0.30. Anybody that knows anything about mask training, which by the way, are not doctors, are not lawyers, you need to talk to the people that OSHA talks to, because OSHA is the one that regulates that. All right. I want to also talk to you about the medical industry itself. I serve nearly 200 different medical people, ranging from nurses to microbiologists to doctors of all different disciplines. 80% of them are not or have not taken the vaccine. Contrarian to the speaker earlier, and I have clients that are at St. Joe's, University of Michigan, Botsford Hospital, Beaumont Hospital, all over the place. Most of them are not. And I have people that are calling me, asking me what to do with their financials because they're looking at leaving because they don't want to have to be forced to take that. And I'll end with this. I served in the United States military to protect our rights. And part of those rights is the rights of freedom, freedom of choice. We don't have to agree with everything that everybody says, but it is ultimately your choice to put that in your body or your choice to put that mask on. I know the mask doesn't do a thing if it's not an N95 or N99 mask.
You have 5
With
seconds.
the exception of those with ports on them. So I'm going to encourage you to vote no. I'm going to encourage you strongly to vote no because I know better.
Your time
I've
is
done
up.
my
I'm sorry. Zach H., if you give us your full name, you'll have 3 minutes, and your township of residence. Is he unmuted?
Yeah, something correct.
We'll move to Christina.
Christina Kapkakis, Brighton Township. I'd just like to clarify for a few people who don't understand how budgets work. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Everybody loves that expression. As of right now, you have health department employees who have been working 16-hour shifts every day for the last 19 months. I know people who work there. I know how overworked they are. I know they're tired. People need to realize the health department does way more than just work with COVID. The other thing is people need to educate themselves. I don't know why people keep saying you cannot find the list of ingredients of these vaccinations. You can find a fact sheet for every vaccination there is. It wouldn't get approved otherwise by the FDA. I'm looking at the 2 right now for the Pfizer vaccine. So for those people who tend to have issues finding information, perhaps they need to visit their health department and see what kind of information is provided to them so that they can better educate themselves. For all the people who talk about their military experience, I'd like to know how many of you have had anthrax vaccines? How many of you have had to have tuberculosis tests? I don't understand why people are focusing so much on the political aspect of this and how and not how it's going to affect the greater good of our community. Livingston County residents have such a high income level and such privilege that they seem to forget that not everybody here does. Not everybody here works in U of M hospital. Not everybody here has health insurance that allows them to go where they want to go. And not to mention, if they accept the funding, no person is going to jab your child with a vaccination unless you have parental consent. It's the way things are now for all of the vaccines that are required by schools for children to attend. And if you don't want to do the vaccinations, then we have exceptions. But people need to really maybe go to the health department to find out what they really do and get some more education before they speak in public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is seat belts violate.
Hello.
If you
Haley
give-
Powell. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, this is continuously a train wreck of misinformation, which is mind-blowing that any of these things are even being considered. Haley. With regard to the PCR tests, one company has recalled them because they were resulting in false negatives. So anyone that had a positive test was positive. A newer test is being used for COVID and influenza, and it can and does differentiate between the two. The fact that you guys are not experts in the fields of epidemiology or virology or immunology, nor is any of the anti-mask population in this county making decisions that affect everybody in the county. If you want kids in school with no quarantines and no shutdowns, mandate masks, accept the funds, let the health department do what they need to do because they are experts in their field. Mandating a mask does not violate any constitutional right. I really am like dying every time I hear this being said. To deny the money is crazy because it affects a larger population than the one complaining. If nobody wants to get a vaccine, fine. Just like it's your choice not to get a vaccine, it is also an employer's choice to protect their company. So if you don't like it, just like everybody that flipped out with the extra unemployment money, if you don't like it, get a different job. That's your choice. The fact that there continues to be these outrageous meetings that go on for hours and hours and misinformation provided by the board. If you are not a medical expert, you shouldn't be giving any advice. I'm done. Elections matter. Just remember that. Elections matter.
Could you provide your name and township?
Haley Howell.
Next up is Christina M. If you'd provide your full name and where you live, you have 3 minutes.
Christina Morales in Brighton Township. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I want to thank all of you for listening to all the whiners on both sides tonight. I know how long and tedious these meetings can get, especially in such a heated time. I just want to say that I am new to Brighton area from out of state, and I have never seen so much division in a community who consistently says be kind. I think everyone's full of crap when they say be kind because they're not. And I haven't seen much of that. And I've been watching these meetings for the last few weeks. I want to say thank you to the board members for having to listen to everyone spout information, whether they know it or they don't, and they're spitting facts and they don't know it. But for somebody who served in the military, protected your rights and your freedoms, I will never get this shot. It is never going to happen. My children will never get it. And, you know, people saying, well, if you don't want it, or if you want to meet Jesus, don't get the shot. That is just terrible. Terrible. You shouldn't wish harm on your neighbor just because you don't agree with them. I don't agree with half of the things in the world, but I don't go around spitting hate. As far as this money goes, I don't see that we're in an emergency. I don't feel that we need to be held behind masks and mandated and told what we need to do with our bodies. It is our choice. And if we want to put the poison in our body, then that's our choice. I'm not telling you not to get a shot or not to wear a mask. I'm just telling you to don't tell me to do it. My kids don't get sick. I don't get sick. I have to rely on public health care because I get my health care at the VA. So if you want to complain about substandard care, go to the VA. You'll learn about it. As far as everything else goes, I appreciate the resolution. I don't think that kids' mental health can stand up. And yes, they are resilient, but there are some that aren't. And my kids are some of them. And I appreciate the fact that everyone has given us a choice so we can go back to school, so we can learn in person and we can see those friendly faces and learn to
Yeah,
make
15
friends.
seconds.
Again, I didn't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you so much for hearing me out and for hearing the rest of us out. And I know this isn't easy for you guys. I do not envy your position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jennifer. Jennifer, you give us your full name and city or township.
Jennifer Cross, Howell Township. Thank you, commissioners. I would hope that you are all fully aware that your constituents spread much, much farther than those that are in that room and on this call. We are all just the most vocal, but I would hope that you are all fully aware that the amount of people that have opinions of what is going on in this county is way bigger than what we are speaking to tonight. You know, one thing that I found kind of funny, according to the Livingston County Health Department, 63.18% of Livingston County residents are vaccinated, which I imagine most of you are. It would seem to me that if the majority of the constituents in this county were against the jab, this number would be drastically lower. You would think that, wouldn't you? Maybe you commissioners are the ones that are overreaching here. Are you all healthcare professionals? Seems to me that you are all doing the exact same thing that you are very much against. The overreaching to the health department is just absurd. The misinformation is embarrassing for this county. We are being laughed at and looked at as the ones of, look at Livingston County, don't do what they're doing. This is about public health. What are you guys going to do when the school shut down? Is that what everybody wants? Because that's where we're headed. We're 5 weeks in, and we almost have more cases in 5 weeks than we did the entire school year last year that they were in person. And you're telling me that masks don't work? Thank you, commissioners. Have a good night.
Thank you. Diane or Danielle's iPad, if you give us your full name and your city or township of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Danielle Hooven, and I'm in Howell Township. I just would like to urge you guys to please accept the funding. We all wish that this virus would go away, but the fact is that it's here and it's not going away. The only thing we know and can do for our children right now is to mandate these masks in the hopes that it helps stop the spread. Yes, we've all heard the opposing side that it's not 100% effective, but why wouldn't we try? Until vaccines are available to all of our children, it is very irresponsible to act like this is not a real thing. Why wouldn't we try any measures possible to help and stop this spread? If parents decide not to get their children vaccinated, that's their choice. But until the vaccine is offered to all children, we need to have these mandated masks to help and prevent the exposures. I'm so disappointed with our community. We need to stand up and do whatever we can to get through this. The opposing side might be a lot louder, but I can guarantee you, commissioners, that you will have a lot more support regarding the pass of this funding. We need to protect the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila Linhart, if you give us your city or township of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sheila Linhart, and I am a resident of Hamburg Township and a 35-year resident of Livingston County. And I've already spoken tonight, but I wanted to respond to some of the things I've heard. I've heard lots of people talking about being in the military and going to the VA for their health care. And I'm assuming that there are lots of people getting Social Security monies from the federal government, as well as being recipients of the Affordable Care Act. And I find it alarming that people are willing to accept all of those things which affect their health care, but they're not willing to consider that we need to get vaccinated. We need to reach herd immunity. If this Board of Commissioners votes to not accept the funds that have been offered to our county to help us stay healthy, and that means getting vaccinated, and that might mean wearing masks, because we already know last year kids wore masks in school. We didn't have the Delta variant, but they wore masks, and for the most part, they stayed healthy. I have 4 grandchildren in Howell Public Schools. I know what's going on there. I'm a retired teacher from Howell Public Schools. I know what's going on there. And this year is horrible. There are going to be kids that are quarantining and out of school more than there are going to be in school because we are not getting vaccinated. And you cannot vote for this resolution that has been foolishly put in front of you, because first of all, you'll never win a lawsuit against the federal government. The precedent has been set. Joe Biden has the right to tell you that we have to get vaccinated. So don't waste our money on lawsuits, because you would be not representing the public interest, and that's your job. Your job is to do the common good for the residents of Livingston County. And so far, based on what I've seen all year long, you haven't done that. You need to start respecting the wishes of the people that live here. There's a vocal group of people who, again, are accepting all kinds of federal government aid for their health, who don't want to get vaccinated, and they may have to get different jobs. And you know what? Kids can wear masks.
You have
They
15
wore them all
seconds.
last year. They wore them all last year, and they did well. We're in a different ballgame with Delta variant, and we need to protect our kids. Do the right thing, county commissioners. Vote for the money for the health department, and do not even give this resolution a minute's consideration. Thank you.
Danielle Elliott, if you provide your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey everybody, I hope everyone is having a good night as possible. I'm out of Howell, Livingston County. My name is Danielle Elliott. I just don't understand why everyone is at everybody's throats. You know, it's getting kind of crazy. It's out of hand. People are getting threatened. It's just disgusting. If you want to talk about a laughing stock of Livingston County, you should take a look at yourselves in the mirror and how you're talking to everybody and how you're treating everybody. Mandated masks. I just don't get it. Why are you worried about any child who doesn't wear a mask if yours does and it works? It's simple. It should end there. If the masks work, your child's wearing one, there is no issue with any other child around yours, because you're doing what you want your child to do, and that's to wear a mask. So don't worry about mine or anybody else that doesn't have a mask on, because that's our concern and our problem. I don't understand where this whole YouTube thing comes from, where they think that we all get our information from YouTube. I've never even looked at YouTube for any information on anything, so I just don't understand why that's a new jab. We're not anti-mask, we're not anti-vaccine, vaccinators, whatever you guys want to say. We just want a choice. How would you guys like it if we sat there and told you absolutely not, your child cannot have that mask, your child will not be vaccinated ever again, because that's something you solely think that provides protection for your child? We don't do that. We don't sit here and call you names. I know I don't. And even if your child was vaccinated or needed a mask, do you think that I, as a mother, as a mom, we all protect our children, correct? As a mother, we wouldn't sit there. I would never sit there and say that I'm not going to help your child, or I hope something ill harm happens to your child because you believe differently than I do. It's sick. It's sick. And everyone is teaching their children to divide themselves and hate each other. Why? Why is this happening, you guys? It's hard enough to frickin' raise kids in this world as it is. But to be parents and at each other's throats and just taking jab after jab after jab, you don't need any science to sit there. If your belief is that mask for your child and what you choose to do with your child works, then what the heck does it matter what everybody else around you is doing? Focus on your family. Focus on what your family believes is right for you guys and leave it alone. Enough is enough, man. It's just disgusting. It's sick. I do vote no on the money. I do believe that
You have 15 seconds.
there's things that are in gray areas. I applaud you, commissioners. I wouldn't want to be in your seats. I appreciate you guys hearing us because we know that you don't have to do that either. So thank you.
Next up is Julia Barker, if you provide your city or township of residence.
Commissioner Nakagiri, we do have someone that's been trying to get our attention for quite some time in line with these. If we could make Jane Suarez forward after Julia.
Sure, yes.
Good evening again. Thank you guys for your time. I just was really, I felt moved to just praise
Provide
God.
your residence.
Oh, it's Howell Township again. I just want to praise God for showing up tonight. The men that have been encouraged to speak up. I believe it was Brian Bradford who told me that a home that has a mother who believes in God is less likely than a household with the father who believes in God. So it just carries so much weight that you guys came out tonight to speak up on behalf of the majority that doesn't want the government to choose what we do with our bodies. This is something that's in the news right now, and the left has their own take on what they don't want to be told to do with their bodies about. So we should actually be able to find a common ground on this pretty easy. Let's let everyone choose what they want to do. A lot of people kept their kids out of school last year because they were maybe afraid of the virus, or maybe they didn't want their kid to wear a mask. Well, we saw how that year went with the masking, and we're seeing, as mentioned by other people, what goes on in places that are majority vaccinated, such as Israel. This isn't science that's coming from a YouTube vlogger. It's on mainstream media. It's on left-leaning media sources. And at this time, I would just like to ask anybody who's interested to join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Jane Suarez Forward would be up next.
Yes, my name is Jane Suarez Forward, Brighton Township. For the record, I need to say that I'm fully vaccinated, and I would encourage anyone to wear a mask. I've worn a mask ever since COVID came around, and I've not gotten COVID. Now, having said that, I heard someone in the first call to the public say that the chairman was acting to, quote, save his political party. Well, I think maybe we better address the elephant in the room. It's been reported that migrants at the border are not mandated to be vaccinated. But now the president has mandated that U.S. employers and the U.S. workers be vaccinated. If I was going to trust somebody to be fair and equitable, I'd put my money on Diane McCormick's administration over President Biden's administration. The Biden administration chooses one group over another to save his political party. Otherwise, migrants would be mandated to get the vaccine. I would agree that it was a political distraction to get us all to move off the Afghanistan withdrawal debacle. His poll numbers on various subjects such as the economy, immigration, foreign policy, and the direction of our country are way underwater. If you look on Real Clear Politics, you can Google that and you can see where his poll numbers are. They've sunk. So this is probably something that's going to not be instituted, like someone had said. So I would recommend that you vote to pass both of Commissioner Zajak's resolutions. The COVID funding, I'd like to see that go through, because I'm going to tell you something. I've been around long enough, and I know my late father, he said, with age comes wisdom. So I want you to remember that. I think what will happen is the people who are going to not be funded properly at the health department, they'll look elsewhere to work. They're not going to work 16-hour shifts forever. They'll say bye-bye. So that is something you need to be cognizant of when you're not funding the health department.
You have 15 seconds.
So I'll wrap it up here. I've got more to say, but I'll hold it for another meeting whenever we meet again. So please take my advice. I've seen this movie before. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Microbiologist. Need your full name and city or township of residence.
Hi, my name is Crystal McCotter. I'm from Hamburg Township. Y'all have already made up your mind on how you're going to vote. So if you're curious about how I feel about that, my Zoom name clarifies that just fine. I just want to know, as a tax-paying citizen of this county, exactly how much of our money do you plan to spend on legal fees against the federal government? Because the federal government will win. They have much deeper pockets than Livingston County does. And also, I'm going to get off, but I want to leave with this. I also agree, and I think you are a terrible parent if you don't have your children in a mask and don't plan to get them vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach H., if you give us your full name and city or township of residence, you'll have
Zach
3
Hall
minutes.
with Howell Township. Can everyone hear me this time?
Yes.
All right. I just want to start off by, I'm very new to Howell. I moved out to Livingston County last year, and that is because you guys still had your kids in school. I came from Wayne County, which they completely took our kids out of school. So therefore, I greatly appreciate that you guys kept the kids in school. What I don't like was the mask. I dealt with it, and we got through it. You know, this year started off great. We have all of our kids pretty much without masks. And I'm totally, if parents want to put their kids in masks, I am 100% for that. You know, it's your body, your choice. Do what you want. My body, my choice. Let me do what I want. I'm looking at all 9 of you right now. None of you have your mask on. None of you are 6 feet apart. So I'm hoping you guys will do the right choice and make the right decision. You know, we have over a 99.x survival rate. I trusted the science last year. I wore a mask last year. I got COVID last year. I survived it. So please make the right choice and do the right thing. Because if not, there's a lot of people that can fill your positions. Thank you guys and have a good day.
Christine, if you give us your full name and city or township of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Christine Teddyevsky and I live in Brighton, city of Brighton. Sorry I wasn't here for the entire meeting. I umpire girls field hockey, so I was busy working this evening. I don't know if it's already been brought up, but I've been noticing that what's missing from this conversation so far, what I've heard, is that no one's considered natural immunity. It's all a push for vaccinations. And that's why I'm urging you to vote no on the accepting the money, because a lot of kids don't show symptoms of COVID and have natural immunity. A lot of adults have had COVID. Maybe it was severe, maybe it was mild, and have natural immunity. And this is the first time ever in history of vaccinations where the vaccine is considered better than the gold standard, what has always been the gold standard of natural immunity. And that's concerning to me because we're saying now that people know better than God. He's the one that's created our bodies, and he knows exactly how to combat all these things. People do not have all the information. That's very clear because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I believe that it's been done on purpose. I don't know if you've heard recently that Dr. Fauci is in a lot of trouble for this gain of function funding that he has been funding the Wuhan lab where this virus came from. And I think that's also concerning too. Senator Rand Paul has been investigating him on that. So just like mandating a blanket, one size fits all healthcare for every single person is not the way to go. Every person is an individual. Every person's health needs to be treated individually. And no mandate for anything, mask, vaccine, should ever happen. And I'm sure you all are aware, commissioners, that the executive branch does not make legislation. That is for the legislative branch. And no, the president of the United States cannot mandate for everybody to get vaccinated. That is not his role. He's stepping outside of it. He is not given that authority by the Constitution. And I want to end by saying thank you for your service to this county. I so appreciate it. And thank you for hearing our voices.
Thank you. Next up is Elena.
Hi, I'll make this short and sweet. I just wanted to follow up on, I believe it was Brian who brought up the Kent County
Could you give
leaders.
us your
And
full
I'm,
name and
oh, sorry,
city?
Alina Anderson, Osceola Township. Brian brought up earlier about the Kent County leaders, and I meant to ask Mitch about this at the rally. What I've done my research on Kent County leaders, they have no legal authority to reverse the health officer's school mandates. And I'm going to read right from the article, and I believe it was Mitch, or maybe it was someone else who said that even Kent County has not come out with a statement, but they do have a statement, and you can find it online. Kent County's elected officials have no legal power to reverse the school mask mandate, to remove the county health director, or defund the health department, to change a public health order. So currently Kent County has a public health order. Livingston County does not have a public health order. Some residents have been calling on the commissioners to overturn the county recent mask mandate, which orders students and staff to mask up inside preschool through 6th grades. Hundreds, and I repeat, hundreds of Kent County residents criticized the mask mandate. The Kent County Board of Commissioners sought legal advice from an in-house legal team as well as outside counsel, and they released this statement. Both opinions concluded that neither the Kent County Board of Commissioners nor the county administrator controller have the authority to intervene in the health officer's performance of his duties under the Michigan Public Health Code. So my question to Commissioner Zajac is, if he wants to give this money to our local health department, this lawsuit here is saying that once you give the money to our health department, I need him to clarify this, I guess, because again, it's saying local health officers are required by law to issue a public health order if they determine an imminent danger to health or life exists in the community, according to the county statement. So a public health order has to be said by Livingston County Health Department, and they haven't done that. So if Commissioner Zajac, if you could clear this up for our residents here in Livingston County, we have lots of questions about why you're pushing for this money. I would appreciate it. And in regards to your other resolution, I think it's great, but I think, again, I'll reiterate, you need to include all Livingston residents, not just your county employees. In protecting yourself, you need to protect all of us, just like we, the parents, want to protect all of the children, all of our children. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Christina Kay, if you give your full name and city or township of residence, you'll have 3 minutes. Christine.
Sorry, I couldn't get back to the unmute. All this time working on Zoom and haven't learned that part yet. My name is Christine Ketchkowski. I am a resident of Green Oak Township. I'd like to thank the commissioners for hearing public comments tonight. I just wanted to say that I do urge you to take the COVID money. I do believe that our healthcare workers deserve our support. The health department deserves our support. And I would like to first mention that, you know, we do have separation of church and state in our Constitution. So mention of a deity and the reciting of the Lord's Prayer, it seems entirely contrary to the conducting of a government meeting. And I'm really appalled at that. And the fact that there was no cutoff for that is just a level of insanity I did not think I would run into tonight. Also, as a resident of Green Oak Township, I am 500% thankful that my kids go to an Oakland County school district, because we happen to live in a place where we attend an Oakland County school, because they do have a mask mandate. They don't have the cases that are coming in Livingston County, and we are doing something to protect our children. My children wearing masks help your kids wearing masks help my kids. If you had a contractor show up to your house to do a job and his toolbox only had 2 tools in it, like distancing and, you know, staying home when you're sick, but he needed a 3rd tool, I would hope he'd have the 3rd tool as well. So let's get together and put as many tools in the toolbox as we possibly can. Let's have masks, let's have distancing, let's get vaccinated when we can. Let's stay home when we're sick and help the folks who can't afford to stay home when they're sick. And that's part of why we have a health department, to make those decisions. Again, very much appreciated. Thank you for giving me the time. I hope everyone has a lovely evening.
Thank you. Next up is Audrey Turnage. If you give your full name and city or township of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Audrey Turnage. I'm from Howell. I don't have much to say. I just wanted to keep it short and simple, but that I'm against the mandates, freedom of choice, in my opinion. And yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Durance, I think you live in Brighton City, if I remember, right?
Myself. I was in bed. So when I got the message that the meeting was still going on, I got out of bed. I'm in the process of being oriented to being a vaccinator for Rite Aid, and I was there today being oriented. They need help, and so I volunteered to help with them. Most people know I'm a nurse, and I've also been a hospital administrator. I want to bring forward, and I think it's been discussed before, 2 of our major health systems, both St. Joe's and University of Michigan, who I work with part-time, have brought forward the recommendation that you bring the funding back to the health department. It is been funding that's been for the health department this year. I was one of those nurses that the health department offered a job to, and I declined that job. I offered to go to California, and I vaccinated out there this spring. So my bottom line is, you've got 2 major healthcare systems, 2 of which who have supported you as constituents, that are major players in this county, who have supported you from tax dollars in building facilities. They don't give you tax dollars directly. They employ thousands of us as taxpayers. Right now, half of the beds that are the ICU beds in St. Joe are filled with people that have COVID. There are only a few ICU beds in St. Joe's. When they're half filled with COVID patients, then the patients that have heart attacks, have other needs, do not have very many beds left. We have no beds in the county of Livingston, which has probably been bought up, for ICU beds for kids. There are no pediatric beds at all in this county. We're dependent on University of Michigan, Sparrow Hospital, and Hurley to take care of our kids. When our kids have problems and they can't breathe, we are dependent on other health systems to take care of these kids. We hope that no kid needs our help. that they get so sick with COVID that they need help. But please, please listen to these healthcare professionals. No one is telling that there's a mandate for masks. Nobody's telling you that you have to get the vaccine. But what we're saying is, please support the health department.
You have 15 seconds.
This is just something that the funding needs to be there for the health department. And the only thing I'm going to say is these people are not getting paid enough. What I was offered was half of what I'm getting paid to work at another institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is iPhone. If you give us your full name and city or township of residence, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, this is Monique Hall. I am Howell Township. I just have a few things that I want to check off. First off, I want to say how upsetting and sickening it is how divided we have come to be since the beginning of all this and continue to do so. It's cruel, it's upsetting. I think the hostility we have between people that are vaccinated and not vaccinated, wear masks, don't wear masks. It's just, you walk down the hall, you walk down the street, people just give each other looks like we're supposed to be in union. We're supposed to work together. That being said, I respect anyone that whatever you decide for your family, for your kids, whether you decide to mask, vaccinate, unmask, you do what's best for you. As well as in regards to, so I do have 2 children. I have a 5th grader and I have a freshman. My 5th grader is in Howell, and I actually do not have my high schooler in the Howell district right now for other reasons. But that being said, is we're not teaching our kids the proper way of putting a mask on, or and these kids are touching it on a daily basis. I can tell you right now that families are not going home and they're not washing them constantly. And so that right there being said, in the hospital setting, you are constantly putting a new mask on. And I know this because I am a nurse of 10 years. And so the education that we get taught, how to properly put it on these kids and these families are not being taught this. Let's see, as well as the inconsistency when these children can eat in a dining room or go to gym and take off their masks. But then when they're in classroom, they have to wear one. Where is the common sense and the consistency there? As well as I said, I work in the medical field, not only pediatrics, but as well as home care that I do on the side. We're seeing more of the mental health aspect of it. And for people that are saying that we're having numbers of COVID, I can tell you this right now, it's the mental health. And that is what is my main concern. And that is what I am so beloved with, to make sure that my kids don't come across this. And I'm very open with my children and very open with others in regards to the mental health. And these numbers are way more than what they have been over my career. As well as people are saying 16-hour days. I have been working 16-hour days from the very beginning of my profession. And this was way before COVID. So, and it's because we are understaffed. People are tired, as well as, we can have children, we can have all these big colleges have no 6 feet in between, but we can have all these big ride and these big tailgating, and that's okay. But we have to have our kids not have the decision whether they want to. Like, let us decide what's best for our children and our family.
Your time is up. I'm sorry. Jessica Hamlin.
Hello again, Jessica Hamlin, Osceola Township. There's a few things that I would like to echo, but I'm going to try to make this real quick, so I'm not going to repeat it. But you all know me, you know where I stand, so I don't think that I have to repeat those things. Wes, thank you for bringing up some of that data. I appreciated seeing that, and I appreciate your stance as usual. Some comments have been made tonight, and I just wanted to take a moment to end the night just giving some praise to the parents out there. I know several of them personally, and none of them are terrible parents by any means. That is a horrible thing to say. That is parent shaming to the fullest. When a parent does not want a medical device or a medical decision made on their child for whatever their reason may be, that does not make them a terrible person or a terrible person or a parent. Also, last school year, children were masked, but yet there was constant quarantines. I lost count of how many times my daughter was quarantined. Never sick. Most of the year she did wear a mask, and she was sick one after another. So this outing this year, it's not new. It's been happening. Again, they're in close contact from positive tests, not actual cases. So again, just going back to the data that Commissioner West had brought up with the 0 to 19, absolutely no deaths. In fact, I believe it was as of September 13th, I checked, and we are at 206 deaths in our county with over 193,000 residents. So it's not an emergency. It's not a pandemic. It is a pandemic, but not a pandemic. So, which you all know that. So thank you, commissioners. I will get off now. Hopefully you guys have an earlier night than last.
Thank you. Steve Williams, if you give us your name and city or township of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. Steve Williams, Marion Township. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was not going to talk tonight, but I do think there are a couple of apologies owed. Those apologies are owed to the two Carols because they're the only one of you two commissioners that have not contributed to this debacle. I mean, the rest of you, it's your own fault that you're here at midnight. This is a total horrible lack of preparation. And you have nobody to blame but yourselves. You really don't. I mean, you have Carol Griffith there who ran the county during the Great Recession and did an excellent job. And you're like marginalizing her, not even listening to her. You're debating legal, even though there are two lawyers in addition to the retired judge, but you're basically not giving any credence to a retired judge with that huge amount of experience that she has. What is wrong with you? You owe an apology to them. You owe an apology to your constituents. I told you before when we had this debate about the metro parks, you are paid to do 30 hours a week. That's why you get full-time health benefits. Nobody talks about this, but your health benefits are half again the cost of your salary, and you're obviously not doing that 30 hours. You know, Doug Helserman was spot on when he ran for office, and he said, well, I'm going to make this a full-time job because it can be a full-time job. But the rest of you, I get constituents to talk to me and ask if you can read or not. And I really can't answer that because sometimes with all those questions that you're asking, I don't think you can read. And you owe an apology to every employee in Livingston County, especially the people in the health department. I cannot believe that you are leaving them out to hang like this as if it's their fault, as if they're doing something wrong. And it's you guys that are screwing the pooch on this. You are doing well, with apologies to animal welfare people, but you are doing a horrible job. And then you're placing the blame on them. You are more than happy to have people pick on Diane McCormick and these other people who are doing their jobs, who are doing a job mandated by law or directed by the county. Stand up, man up, take responsibility. Don't try and pass the blame off as if it's their fault. The same is true. I can't believe I listen to these countywide electeds come in here and they have to grovel to you because you have some kind of an ego trip about, well, we control the budget. And yet these people have to deal with 9 times as many constituents as each one of you. You know, you talk to Dave Reeder like he's an idiot child, and that man has more credentials than anybody sitting on that board. And he's been on that board and he was the vice chair. And yet he's got to come in and explain in single syllable words why he needs money for some very necessary.
You have 15
services.
seconds.
So you really need to turn it around. This is the worst board of commissioners I've seen in 17 years.
Next up is Jeannie. if you provide your full name and city or township of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Moak and I live in Conway Township. I had no intentions of speaking this evening, but I've been listening for the last couple of hours and I wanted it to be known as a parent of a student in Fowlerville schools. I am very much for masking, and also I'm in support of funding the health department. And I'd like to also give praise to Nurse Nancy and some of the points that she made. I think it's a very valid point that our hospitals need the support from the community. I think it's good to have the funding, because what happens when we get into a position where we need it? So it's better to have the funding and not need it, right? Than not have it and need it. So I didn't really have anything prepared this evening to speak, but I wanted my voice to be heard as a member of the community, saying that I do support funding our health department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathleen's iPhone, if you give us your full name and city or township of residence, you have 3 minutes. Kathleen, are you there? We'll go to G Money.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, if you give us your full name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Christina Nelson from Fowlerville, and I don't have anything to say, but I piggyback off the commenters that do not want the money for the Livingston County Health Department. So just using my voice to say, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Breinhoff, if you give us your full name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lauren Breinhoff. I am a member of the Heartland community. I just want to say that studying anything around masks, I just need to
I think we lost her. Let's try Kathleen's iPhone again. Are you there, Kathleen? Lindsay Collier.
Lindsay Collier from Howell Township. I just wanted to first say that to assume that just because a person in the county is vaccinated, that they're in favor of enforcing mask mandates or vaccinations on everyone else is really just an ignorant statement that was made earlier. I myself am vaccinated. I made the decision for my health because I am an at-risk person and I'm an adult and I can do that. I will not get my children vaccinated. I will not let them wear a mask. I'm probably one of the only people in this room that can actually say that my children have never worn a mask over their faces. Never. Neither one of them. And I bet there are 1,000 moms in this area right now that wish that they could go back in time just so they could stand here and say that. I did move from out of state back in February. So I don't know how much longer I'll be able to hold out and not let my kids wear a mask, but I plan to do it as long as I can. And I will, take them wherever they need to go to get medical attention or whatever that will see them without that. And for everybody else, for just a moment, I would like to ask everybody to think critically about this virus for just a moment. Forget all the twisted and uncertain statistics that we've heard from both sides tonight and just think critically for just a moment. If this were Ebola, an Ebola virus, would you send your child into a building with nothing but a dirty rag over their face? It doesn't stop a virus. Doctors don't go into Ebola patient rooms with nothing but a piece of cloth over their mouth. And if Ebola were going around this school system, there's not a power on earth that would make me send my child in there with any protection, because Ebola does not have a 99.9% survival rate. You could wrap my child in a hazmat suit and I would not send her in there. She's 5. She doesn't know how to use equipment properly. And to let her take it off for lunch would be really just ridiculous. So for everybody that seems so scared for the lives of their children, if my child won't wear a mask, just think if it were an actual, real, extremely dangerous virus that doesn't have a 99.9% survival rate. And that's really all I want to say about that.
Thank you. Elise Moore.
Hi. Oh, okay. Brighton Township. I just wanted to reiterate some of the statements from tonight from those who are not in favor of taking the funds. I have been at every single meeting and just wanted to show up again to say that I'm urging you not to take the funds to further the overreach of the Livingston County Health Department. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kathleen's iPhone one last try here. You're unmuted, but we don't hear you. It's sorry, Kathleen, we're gonna have to move on. Holly Austin.
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to come back on to speak on 3 different aspects. First and foremost, to answer the Nancy, the nurse, the reason why we do not have pediatric facilities in the hospitals in Livingston County is because they do not make money. It is not financially or fiscally appropriate to have pediatric services when we have places that are within 20 to 30 minutes, easily obtainable at U of M, Children's Hospital of Michigan, Sparrow, Beaumont, and of course, in Flint, Hurley. The other thing I wanted to speak about was, again, the masks. There's several studies out there, and I have 10 pages of citations that I am going to email to you to show that masks do not work. As a healthcare provider, doctorally prepared, I can tell you with all assuredness that the cloth mask, the Costco mask, the masks that you are buying do not work. As a matter of fact, a study that was done in in Denmark, they actually, Danish mask wearers, 4,862 participants of people that wore masks compared to people that did not wear masks. There was a 0.3% difference in contracting SARS-CoV-2, which is, as everybody would know, if you're a statistician, not relevant. And again, I will send all of this to you. My final point that I wanted to make was just to reiterate that our children are not the people at risk for this virus. It is our elderly. It is our people with comorbidities. The hospitals are not being overrun. I'm in the hospitals a couple of times a week. I have access to many hospital systems, and they all have beds. We do have beds to care for people. That is a fallacy if you're saying that we are overrun, because I know whole hospital units that are closed down because we're not actually advocating for elective surgeries anymore. And people are afraid to go to the hospital for normal preventative care because they do not want to be in the hospital systems for fear of COVID. The fact of the matter is we do have the beds. That is misinformation, and I would prefer if people stop spreading it, because you go to any emergency room, you will be cared for here in the United States, especially here in Livingston County and in the surrounding areas. That's all I wanted to tell you. And please vote no on this. We do not need any more government overreach. And Livingston County Health Department has already shown that they're not doing a good job. So we don't need them getting more money to do an even worse job in restricting the rights of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren, we'll give you another shot here. Lauren, are you there? Going once, going twice. Sorry, we'll try to get you on the next meeting. Going to go ahead and close the call to the public and looking for a motion to go into closed session.
Support Zajac.
You have to say all this stuff, why we're going into closed session. Pardon?
Really?
Sorry, 2804, MDL number 2804, multi-district litigation against opiate manufacturers, distributors, and retailers pending in the district court for Northern District of Ohio.
Is there a second?
Support.
Support by Commissioner Zajac.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Commissioner Griffith,
Yes.
Commissioner Gross,
Yes.
Commissioner Plank,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Reader, Commissioner Nakagiri.
Yes.
Commissioner Helserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Drick,
Yes.
Commissioner Zajac.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh, never mind, I get it out now.
Thank you. Is Hillary gonna remove everyone from the Zoom meeting? We gotta remove the Zoom meeting attendees.
I am.
Hillary, if you could remove everybody from Zoom.
Yes, I am now. I have to go individually, so it's gonna take a minute. Amy, if you could help, that'd be great.
120 people, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, it takes a while.
No, because we need Matt Nordford.
Yeah.
Hillary, can you also turn the recording off when you get finished removing everyone? Thank you.
Yes, we now have everyone in the waiting room. Matt is available. I'm going to ask him to unmute.
You ready?